PM should be good. How is the volume for the people actually here? Too high, too low, turn it down. Let me actually put that up there. Basement chair. Where's my chair? Bingo. Alright, so, for the people actually here, for the various places I, put the little announcement, Spectral versus Generation will actually be in Quarterly Report 4, which is awesome. We also have a $100 pop bonus currently. If anybody does want to donate to that, just gotta donate to it like you would any other game. Just gotta go through Vestboy. If not, unless there's anybody who has any specific questions about the game, I'm just going to get into it by starting with what the hell this game even is. Which, to anybody who's seen any gameplay whatsoever but isn't actually part of the community, it's kind of like a mixture of like old Guilty Gear and a bit of Last Blade 2. The only real part from Last Blade 2, I haven't played Last Blade 2 myself, but I've seen some gameplay on the Final Lemons streams. The parry in this game is quite similar to that. But aside from that, it's just a 4-button fighting game. You have A, B, C, and D. D is just kick, and A, B, and C is light, medium, heavy. Let's start with this. Yada yada. I'm also going to turn on the volume for this for a bit. Again, just let me know if either I'm too loud or if the game's too low. Yada yada. So this is Orochimaru. When we actually get into talking to the characters, he's going to be the first one we talk about, because we're going to go from spoilers, worst to best. Kind of the worst character in the game, but he's still pretty cool. So in this game you have A, you have B, you have C, and you have D. You also have air dash. Everyone in this game can super jump and air dash. There are no double jumps in this game. In this game, if you press A and B, if I can do it, there you go, is your parry, and you have a low parry. Low parry parries lows and avoids grabs. Anything that is a mid will beat out your low parry, save for a few overheads. And then mid parry can be grabbed, but will parry anything that isn't a low. And if a projectile goes through you, what could be slightly louder, the game? Okay, yeah. If you parry a projectile, instead of actually doing a parry, you will just have the projectile go straight through you. What else we got? If we do B and C, you have what we're calling, it's called a sword series slash in the game. We just call it dust because, just like Guilty Gear's dust, it hits either overhead or low, depending on if you do high or low. Every single character has the exact same thing with dust. After it connects, you do A 3 times, B 3 times, C 3 times, D, and then 2, 3, 6, D. So I'll give you an explanation now. A, B, 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 C, 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 D, and then 2, 3, 6, D. Dust will always build a very good amount of meter. If at any point you stop doing the inputs, the dust will drop. I should actually set the dummy to tech. Alright. Aside from that, we then have grabs. Grab is either A and D for a forward throw, or B and D for a back throw. And then you also have your standard command normals, where some characters can do, this would be a better explanation if I knew what Oro's command normals are. But aside from that, that's a general gist of Spectral vs. Generation. There is also guard cancels by pressing C and D, which is also your taunt. Taunt builds some meter, but of course you can only guard cancel if you're in block stun. Aside from that, I'm just going to reset Oro. Alright. And then the last thing to talk about is Burst. So when you're at low health, it doesn't show it here. Since we play on Fight K2, it shows B, C, and D right below your character name. If you press B, C, and D, you burst. While you're in Burst, you have infinite meter. So no matter what you do, until that little bar in the bottom left all the way goes down, you won't run out of meter. When it does run out, you just lose meter. And while you're in Burst, you will guard break much sooner than you normally would. And so you see now I have no meter. At the beginning of each game, you get to choose either Burst or Auto Burst. Auto Burst when you're at a low enough life to burst, because you need to be at it's about 3rd health to burst in this game. Then you'll just automatically burst, which is kind of good in some situations, but 99% of the time you want to have manual burst. Alright. Aside from that, there aren't really any other system specifics to go over as a starting position. Instead, we'll start with just the characters themselves. Starting with, again, like I said, Orochimaru. Unfortunately, the worst character in the game. In a vacuum, he's not bad. Orochimaru is our Samsho character. As you can see, his buttons are pretty nice. They're quite far. They are quite meaty. They do a very good amount of damage. However, unfortunately for him, his combo game is not very good. You have 3 specials, I think, with him. No, I'm sorry, 4, because he does have command grab. You have a Rekka series with 2-on-4, where you have to do 2-on-4, 2-on-4 again, and then pressing A, B, or C will get that 3rd hit. And then if you press D after that 3rd hit, you get an extra fire hit. He also has 2-3-6, with A, B, or C just giving you extra hits. And then he has a stance, which you rarely will see, if I'll be entirely honest. After a far B, you press A and B, or after the 2nd hit of the Rekka, if you press A and B, you transition into the stance. And in the stance, you can press B to poke and stay in the stance. You can press C to do what has 1-hit armor, and then you do a strike. Or if you do A, you get an overhead. If you do 2A, you get a low. And then if you do half circle back forward, you get a command grab with Slushy combo. Oh, right, that's what I forgot. I also forgot to mention the most important mechanic in this game, Seal time. So if you press A or B or C, after certain moves hit, is it arm moving over? Yes, actually, I think it is an overhead. I don't play Orochimaru, unfortunately, so all I'm basing off of him is everything from what I play against Roy Shark, who's currently the best Orochimaru, because he's just amazing at the game in general. And no, right. I'm sorry, it's not an overhead, it does guard break. That's right. The overhead is the A one. A is an overhead. The C1 guard breaks. The whole reason you use that is because after the guard break, you can just go into a special, or a super, because it is super cancelable on hit. And since it does guard break, it technically always hits. A good player will kind of just poke you out or parry it, but again, with parry, it puts you... When you parry, if I can actually get this thing to do it, it's not going to. Alright, so it's kind of hard to show it here, because I can't really get the CPU in the PSP version or even the PS2 version to do it. But when you actually parry a strike, your opponent is put into a stagger state, which lets you get a quote-unquote free hit. They can cancel their stagger animation into a parry of their own, which no matter what, if you do a strike, will always beat it out. So for example, if you just did like a 5A, they parried it, and you get staggered. If you are mashing parry, then they can, and if they do a 5A, you'll parry their 5A, and you'll just get into parry wars. Can you just jump away from from these options, I know you can't jump out of the B option way too fast. If you're in the corner, you cannot jump away from the C version, because I'm fairly certain it's too fast to jump, even if you super jump away from it. If I'm being honest, though, you, as the defender against Orochimaru, shouldn't really be trying to jump out of his stuff. You risk getting hit by 236 way too much if you jump, because there is no air blocking in this game. That's another thing I forgot to mention. It's going to be a habit. No air blocking in this game. You can air parry, and it acts just like your standard parries, but you cannot air block in this game. So, again, since you can seal time his 623C, if he catches you with a jump, you get a free combo. Yeah. Aside from that, because of the block stun, I don't think you can actually do anything if he does either the overhead or the low. Because, as you can see, they do come out pretty fast as long as you just dial that in. And Orochimaru in his stance can also either advance forward, which does keep him in the stance, allows you to poke. You can literally just poke the whole time. Let me see if I can throw him back so that way I can actually just do the whole thing. You can just poke, and it also crosses up. So you can't actually push into the corner with it, because eventually you will just cross them up if you're too close. And if you go back with the parry, or with the stance, you get out of the stance. Yeah, parries can be baited quite easily, but, I mean, what are you going to do? Aside from that, again, Orochimaru has a command grab, which allows you to get a free combo. 9 times out of 10 on this character, if you try to actually pick him up, is... Actually, that's a good explanation. Anybody who's played Type Lumina recently, and you probably have, where the shield isn't a just be-all, end-all, I've won this exchange, the opponent can shield in response. Stuff like that. It doesn't have as much depth, I'll say, as the shield, because of how many options there are for shield in Type Lumina, but the Yomi game is still pretty strong, especially with certain characters. But you definitely can just win just because your opponent parried something of yours and you got staggered, and then they parried in response to... they waited and parried because they thought you were going to do something. Grab only works if they do a, a high parry. A lot of characters in this game, you will start a string out with a low just to, you know, open people up who are using a high parry, because you won't be able to actually parry that. Now, I don't know if I'm going to be able to show it here, because I am not too good with Orochimaru myself, but for anybody that is looking up to pick up Orochimaru, no, I'm not going to be able to do it. So, his dust, if you do proper delays, I'm not going to be able to show because I just cannot do it since I do not play this character. You can actually link a 236 seal time after the dust. Dust, if you land it, Raw will always build a full baller meter, meaning it is a true infinite. The only issue with Orochimaru is it does not work against every single character. A few characters it doesn't actually work on. But characters that you can do it on, it is a strategy for a timeout of death. Due to scaling, it won't actually kill them, unfortunately. Aside from that, normally what Roy will do is you will just tend to take the Oki after it. You can ground tech after it. Yeah, heavy characters, it just doesn't work. Anybody who's too heavy or falls too fast, Dust Loop just doesn't work on. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Mm-hmm. Alright, so you see, and he's not parrying. Alright. Alright, so teching in this game is pressing D. I would like it if the CPU would have actually teched like it's supposed to, but it didn't. An issue with Orochimaru is a lot of his stuff, he doesn't have hard knockdowns. So you're kind of stuck having to play like a Sam Show character, like I said before. You kind of just have to play neutral with your buttons, and then wait for an opening. because you can get some good stuff. Like that right there is just a standard Orochimaru combo you just want to spend meter to get damage. The issue is, as you'll see with a lot of other characters, they can hit damage like that a lot easier with a lot less resources. That was a full 3C all the time. That's not something you get too often, because guard canceling in this game does cost a full meter. While you do start with 3 bars at the start of every game, you will run out of it very fast, especially against a lot of other characters. Oh yeah, there's no disjoints in this game. That's another thing I forgot to mention because it doesn't come up too often. Swords have hitboxes. This 5B, that hitbox is a hurtbox. So you can get poked out. If you do like a 5C and they throw a projectile, it will actually damage you. That's not something you want to actually be thrown out too much because, you know, you'll get hit. While it's not the worst thing in the world, it is still free damage for your opponent, and it is still something you want to avoid, especially since Orochimaru not good at actually getting the lead. You have to play him aggressively too, which is the annoying part, but defensively, he's not the best. Alright. So again, with his specials, 2-3-6C, this is his standard one. In Burst, this is actually your best friend, because you kind of just keep spamming that, and you'll eventually guard break. You also have 2-3-6, 2-3-6 A, B, or C. That's that super. Does absolutely nothing on whiff, but if you hit, if I could get it to hit, launches you up, but it swaps sides. So if you do get him in the corner, if you by any chance do that, you do unfortunately lose the corner. Luckily, he does have another super with 2-1-4, 2-1-4, or he just does a Flame Pillar. Very easy to whiff this move, but this is one of his better moves in terms of actually getting any actual combos mid-screen. It does less damage overall. If we do attack data. You know what? I actually need to reset this because Guts is a thing. Alright, another thing for anybody who has played Guilty Gear, there is Guts. The less health you have, the less damage you will take. Guts does not take into effect until you actually, you know, end the combo. So technically speaking, if you have a Touch of Death, scaling will exist, but the hits will do the same damage. So, this right here, it's doing 134. But now if we do it while he's at about half health, usually it's doing 118. So again, that does 184. That does 131. While the Tornado does more damage, it's a lot harder to combo into. However, again, your main thing, especially with Orochimaru pressure, is usually just playing Samsho, doing like single hits on block, doing frame traps, or if you're in stance, doing the C, and then comboing that into either the Tornado Super if you're in the corner for more damage, or if you're, you know, in mid-screen, which you probably will be, then you go into the Flame one to get some damage. Aside from that, you also have a counter super. This super is awful. Doesn't beat lows, loses to grabs as well, and the counter is not active on startup. If it does connect, it deals pretty good damage though, so good on you if you actually manage to hit it, but it requires some pretty strong reads, and it also requires you to, what's the word? Not be bad. Aside from that, Orochimaru's last move is his level 3. One of the better level 3s, in all honesty. This man deals in absurd damage. All level 3s deal absurd damage, but this thing doesn't scale very bad for some reason. So even in long, drawn-out combos, Orochimaru will still deal damage. Aside from that, again, in a vacuum, Orochimaru has good stuff. Defensively, he doesn't have too many good options, but not many characters in this game do, as we'll go over. But offensively, he does have some solid damage, and even though his mix-ups are not that good, his normals are still very good. His JC is very good. JB, this is one of the best anti-air-to-air moves in the game. There are better. And his JA is pretty similar to just about most other JAs. It's very good as an air-to-ground. And his JB is just a faster and worse JA. Aside from that, most of your combos on Orochimaru will usually be an air dash JC into 5B, 5C into a 236 or something. You can also combo into that. It's not as good. A lot of times with Orochimaru, you're kind of just working into a Seal of Time, into a Dust, because that is realistically the only combo you have that's actually viable. Aside from that, as always, Rorschach is probably one of the better Orochimaru plays we have. If you watch any of the stuff he does, you will see a lot of just neutral control with like JC, 5C, 5B, Jump B, and a lot of just air dash pressure. Being really good at air dashing is definitely necessary for this game, because a lot of the lower tiers you are in this game, the more you rely on bare bones instant air dash mix-ups for stuff. And then, of course, you do have grabs in order to get some damage, but they're not the best. There are some better grabs. Aside from that, though, that is Orochimaru in a nutshell. If you enjoy playing Samsho, and you're coming over from stuff like Samsho, Street Fighter, if you like playing footsies, if you like playing neutral game, if you like short combos, then Orochimaru is your guy. Just be ready for uphill battles. Because while you can definitely win games with this character, you need to outplay the opponent a lot of times. There's not too much grime you can really work with on this character, aside from stance mix-ups, but even then, all you have is safe pressure with the B, the ability to exit it, and then either an overhead or a mix-up. 5C is good every now and then, because again, it does break guard, and you can get a free super. However, once you start facing actual competent players, people who've fought Orochimaru enough times, you will lose 5C. You will lose the C follow-up. It just won't work against people. Maybe once or twice, but a lot of times it's losing its value pretty fast after 1 to 2 uses. Alright, moving up on the ranking, we have Jado. Where's Jado's stage? That's Jado's stage. Alright, Jado, another one of the Rorschach characters, also the favorite character of Kosor, who unfortunately is still internet dead, but we all miss him dearly. Jado's our zoner. He is the truest zoner in this game. He has a fireball. It's a very good fireball. It has 3 versions, A, B, and C. Now, for some reason, you cannot have the A version and you cannot have the A version out if you already have the C version. If, however, you have the B version, you still can't do it. If you have the B version, you can do the C version, though. And the B version, you can just keep doing it no matter what. It also has air versions. So, this right here, this is Jado's whole game plan. TKing your fireball. Still can't do it with the A version, unfortunately. But TKing air fireball and doing regular fireball, this is what you will be doing 9 times out of 10 in your game plan. Right off the bat, if you like zoning, this is your character. Is he still kind of bad? Unfortunately, yeah. For actual damage, he relies way too much on meter. And a lot of the time, you will have to end your combos in your dust in order to regain that meter, but you lose valuable Oki on that one. Aside from the standard fireball super, you do have a 2-1-4. You have A, B, and C for 2-1-4. 1 for each location, you know, going from closest to farthest. And, nope, didn't mean to do that. Your 2-1-4 can be seal timed on hit and block. That invisibility you saw was reverse DP, 4-2-1. I think we found that this thing had some invulnerability on startup, but if you're using this, you're probably getting punished, if I'll be entirely honest. What else did we have on this guy? Evil Ghost and Devil Earthhorn. Right, Gale Stride. So, this works in air as well. This is one of his better specials. This is usually what you use in combos. Now, for some reason, though, the first hit is the second hit seal timeable, but only the first hit is super cancelable. So you can't super cancel on the last hit. It won't ever come up, because 9 times out of 10, you will just seal time it in order to get a dust afterwards, but it's there. aside from that, that actually is all of his specials. Another thing with Jado is he is, again, since his owner, he's got very long-range normals. This is his 2B. It's one of the longer-reaching 2Bs. As you can see, I'm literally half screen, and it hits. His JB is absurdly good for covering space. Again, it hits a little farther than half screen. His J... Oh, he has a command normal, that's right. Jado has an actual command normal. If you do down an A, B, or C, you got a dive kick. And then he also has some of the best anti-air normals in the game with 4C, so back C, and 5C. 4C better if you're if they're above you, if they do like a neutral jump. 5C is better when you're doing your normal TK strategies and you're just doing fireballs. When they super jump, you'll usually just 5C to knock them back. His 5D is also one of the more unique ones because it low crushes for days. It's only the far 5D, but now and then it comes up. His standing 5D is also a low for the close one. Aside from that, he does have some okay chain normals. I forgot to mention those are a thing. If you do Gattlings A, B, and C, some of the normals do change. For example, his what should we call it? If you do like 2B, 2C, instead of doing the standard 2C, which is one of the weirder looking lows. Doesn't look like a low. He instead does a ground pound. It is air techable though. Don't use this in a match. 9 times out of 10 it doesn't work. Aside from that, for his supers, he has 236, 236, which only does one kick. However, if you press A, B, or C, you do get more kicks. And on the last hit, if you, instead of A, B, or C for the third press, you do D, he instead jumps up. But if you do A, B, and A, B, C 3 times in a row, then he does that. It's very delayable, very good for mixing your opponent up. What else does he have? Another character I don't play. You'll notice that a little bit. Back and forward. Alright, so this is your Invulnerable Reversal on him. No other actual Invulnerable Reversal, and if they're in the air when the first hit connects, they will get hit out of it, and instead of dealing the actual damage, it will kind of just throw them away. You'll find this more prevalent if you're in the corner, which a lot of the times you will be with this character. You also have a full screen command grab, which is actually kind of important for your combos, because it is a one-frame true reset that you can't escape out of on their wake-up, but there's variable wake-up time in this game, so learning it's a real pain. 9 times out of 10, your combos will just be standard stuff. A lot of the times with Jado, your combos don't exist. You'll usually be trying to go into the 2-1-4D in order to get combos into a still not good, this character. But a lot of times it's just combo into 2-1-4D to get the seal time, and then if you want to extend, you can do that into a dust. Another thing to note about Jado is up close, his pressure game actually is pretty solid. You do have to, again, kind of rely on the instant air dashes, but his instant air dashes are pretty solid, if I could do them right. His kick, the act where he kicks the fireball, because he's kicking it, it actually has a hitbox. A lot of the times you can actually kind of just do this. This is a true infinite, actually. I don't remember which version it was, or if it was version specific, but up at specific ranges, 236 is an infinite in the corner. And it's also a bit of a parry catch. A lot of times, because that kick misses and it's now just a projectile, if they parry, the parry goes through it. Since parry can be punished on the end lag of it, if they didn't actually parry a strike, then 236C or D will actually connect and get you a combo. Aside from that, you also have aerial 236, 236D, which was this that you saw before. You'll never really see this. It's okay for a damage ender, but again, as Jado, 9 times out of 10, if you're ending a combo, you're ending it in Dust for the Meter, or you're ending it in your level 3. Level 3 will always guard break, but you are minus as all hell. He can act before me, and I'm dead. On hit, however, it does a very good amount of damage. Do just want to get health back to normal. So, raw, full health, I don't have burst on. This is dealing 363 damage. This is one of the higher damaging level 3s in the game. You can steal games with this. It's not recommended to just round start to just wake up level 3, but there have been a few times where people have done that. It works on everybody at least once. The good old Koser, because Koser is a little infamous for doing that. You do not want to do that too well, though. It's pretty bad. You should say that 230. Wait, no, there's. I don't play Jado, but is this really not seal timeable on block? Oh, wow, that's awful. Alright, so your 236D does not do the seal timeable second hit on block. You can super cancel it, I guess, if you want to attempt to get that mix up, quote unquote. Queen Koopa are backdash invincible. Yes, backdashes are invincible in this game. It's actually something that does come up. I'll mention it later when we get to Rose. Rose has one of the best backdashes in the game for actually using it as a defensive option. Yeah, that is really bad. I didn't know that his 2360 only did the first hit on block. So, again, Jado, use zone. This right here is your whole game plan. If you watch any of the previous tournaments, I think it was not the last one, but the second to last one, Royshark played Jado and kind of just did this the whole game against somebody who really just didn't know how to deal with it, and he won. Because, I mean, if you can't deal with Jado zoning, you die. And again, the kick has a hitbox, even the air version. So even if the projectile misses, you can still get kicked to full screen. And a lot of times, if the kick connects, it shoots you right into the projectile, which is just more damage for him. Again, Jado has no real defensive option other than this super. A Jado without meter is a dead Jado, and a Jado with meter is a Jado that is one book read away from still being a dead Jado. Because, I didn't mention this yet. Don't be confused when I'm calling it burst. It's more of a activate from DBZ fighters, because you can't do it during a combo. You can't actually burst out of a combo. If you could, this game might have actually been a bit more balanced, but what are you going to do? But in a nutshell, that's Jado. You kind of just stay long range, keep zoning. When you get them into the corner, you kind of just do your standard instant air dash pressure. Use projectiles to keep them there. And that's kind of his whole thing. Moving on, I think we considered Earth next. I'm pretty sure. I'll also pull it up. I was supposed to do Earth against Earth, that's right. Alright, Earth, absolute Chad, has the best taunt in the game. Overdrive, kinda, yeah, you can level 3 multiple times. While you're in burst, your meter does refill as long as it's still in burst. You can level 3, and as long as it refills, you get level 3 again, which is pretty good. It is actually pretty good. There aren't too many level 3s where that will be viable. Actually, I don't think there's any level 3s where it will be considered viable. There is a real where it's viable, but that's just because of his level 3 heals him. But we're not focusing on Ariel right now, we're focusing on Earth. Because Earth is the absolute Chad grappler of this game. Earth, like Jado, has some very long-range normals. They're not as oppressive as his, because he doesn't have as many. But you will notice that, like his 5B, his 2C, they are very good. His 5D is kind of weird. Not the close one. The far one is a step-in, which if you do another D, is actually an overhead. Aside from that, he also has this move, which is neither a strike nor a projectile. We don't know what it is, but it's damage, and it hits OTG. That's what it does. A moves or whatever, they're not the worst. His 5C is his best move. We'll get into that in a second. And what else we got? His 2D knockdowns. And I don't think he had any command normals. Probably not. Let's load that back up. Alright, so. First thing on him is his 236 is a elbow. The elbow leads into a input that I don't remember. Down and kick. So if you do down and kick, you get an overhead. On block, the overhead can be parried on reaction. So if you are blocking them 9 times out of 10, you're going to be doing a mix-up between doing that and either doing the overhead, doing his command grab, which I'll get to in a second, or just continuing with a strike to get another block string. But you can seal time this, which leads into 5B, 5C, and then his 623. And his 623 is a quote-unquote DP. I don't remember if it has an invincibility, I don't think it is, but it's an anti-air grab, meaning you cannot actually parry this. So if you do a, if you jump up to fake a meaty against, like, I'll say Krace. Krace is a character who has a true DP in this game, and then you would parry to parry the actual DP. You can't do this against this character. His DP can, quote-unquote, can lose to strikes, but it's far and few between, and characters that can actually beat it with their stuff, it's more characters that can beat it and less moves that can beat it. Aside from that, he does have some pretty good chain normals for combos. Just doing that, whatchamacallit, just doing like A, B, C into that, delaying the CL time and doing that again is a pretty basic combo, does some good damage. His JC is really good. It's one of your best combo starters. And his his jump D also hard knockdowns, if I remember correctly. Bop. Nope. Yes, it does. Cool. So, Earth, again, the grappler of this game, hard knockdowns are his whole thing. Once you get a hard knockdown, you will usually walk up and then do a close 5C. And then that is your Oki. That's your whole game plan. While you don't always do 5C, sometimes you will do your command grab. Not this one. This is your 2-1-4. This is also your only way to get into level 3. For some reason, they locked his level 3 behind hitting a 2-1-4. During 2-1-4, you just have to press A, B, C, D. You just in-sequence press it. You have to do it during it. It does good damage. Again, since it counts as a new string, it unscales it, I'm pretty sure. And you can actually... whatchamacallit? You can actually go into it. I don't remember the exact combo, but you can combo into 2-1-4A, the A version, to get a level 3. So it is nice that you can still, at the very least, combo into it, but it's from a jump-in. So it's a bit limited in that sense. Aside from that, you have... there's the DP. Alright, so here we go. So, half circle forward and kick is your command grab. I'm actually going to check the wiki, because I remember it has some stupid startup or something. I think it was 4 frames? Yes, 4 frames of startup, because, yeah, they let him do that. But after it, he gets a little taunt, and then you can do things after that. During, you get that, and then... okay, let's see what that does, because I don't play this character. Ah, you get that, right. And then that's a hard knockdown into a 5C. And again, a lot of times it's either a 5C or you do another command grab. And then he also has a teleport. A version, B version, C version, and D version. Teleporting you to specific parts of the screen. A is all the way to the left, B is about player 1 round start, C is about player 2 round start, and then D is all the way to the right. Now, if you teleport and you don't do anything, and you do, I think it's A only, or down. Alright, let's check command list for see what this actually is. Doesn't say. Alright, I'm pretty sure this is a command normal. Yeah, okay. So, air command normal, down in a button that isn't D, you get a nice hard knockdown. But all it really is a teleport. There's no true follow-up. It's not the best thing in the world, but there are certain matchups where you do want it. Aside from that, he doesn't actually have any other specials. It's just what is a command. What is 1 command grab, 2 command grab, red command grab, and then blue command grab. So his command grab super is a double half circle back. You can also combo into it. No, it's his 2-3. Okay, so during his command grab, you can actually super cancel the first hit into the 2-3-6, 2-3-6, which is not the best use of meter, if I'll be honest, but I mean, if it gets the kill, it'll get the kill. Aside from that, his command grab super is frame 1 invulnerable, and it grabs frame 1 I'm pretty sure too. And it also has follow-ups. So you have 2-1-4 A, B, and C, which is a grab that slams you to the right and to the left, and then throws you in front of him again. And then 2-3-6 as the finisher. So today we see if I can actually hit it. Nope. Nope. I don't play Earth, so I don't actually know the timing for this. I think I got it. I missed it. Alright. Alright. Well, while I'm trying to get it, I'll explain. The second hit, after the actual grab, it throws him. It throws him a pretty good distance. But why didn't I get it? It throws him a good distance. It's kind of hard to combo off of it mid-screen. If you are in the corner, though, you do get combos. There you go. That's the actual follow-up. If you are in the corner, though, like I said, you do get combos, assuming it doesn't whiff. A lot of the times you will go into a dust. Can you air dash after the teleport? Yes, you can, because unlike Rose's teleport, which we'll get into later, it's just a teleport. There's no real follow-ups. You can do whatever you want after the teleport, except, of course, block, because, you know, blocking isn't allowed in this game. I don't know if you can... You can air parry, too. And again, has one of the best taunts of the game, kind of just judges you. Aside from that, though, if you like grapplers, Earth is our grappler. Another thing to note is his far 5C does that. It's pretty good. I'll probably show Roy's combo later for it, once I can find that. Earth, once he actually gets in the corner, actually has a meter positive dust loop, where just like Oro, he can loop his dust loop. Not as much, it's not infinite, but you can deal some pretty good damage with him. But again, if you like big meaty hits, if you like big meaty claws, and you like just vortexing people to death, Earth is your character. And again, once you get that knockdown, it really is just looping stuff like close 5C, 2D, command grab, just getting those hard knockdowns, and just not letting them actually play the game. Next was... yes, Hero 2. Alright, so Hero 2, one of the quote-unquote secret characters, her and Jado 2, they have some of the best, they have the best song in the game, though. Don't at me. Save that state. So Hero 2 is one of the few Shoto characters of the game. One of her bigger things with her normals, her far 5C is multi-hit, really good at breaking guard if you are in burst. All guard, crouch. So you see, that kind of just broke their guard. So you kind of just get free combos. Aside from that, her 2C is an overhead. And can hit twice. Her far 5D also does hit twice. And if I remember correctly, it can also infinite, but it's not the best thing in the world. Load the state. Her biggest thing is her JC. When we get over Hero, like Hero 1, this is Hero 1's JC. You have to neutral jump to get it. Hero 2 always has it. This is one of the best JCs in the game in terms of its actual hitbox and utility, because I think it hard knockdowns. If I can actually hit this. Yes, so get your hard knockdown. 2C can also OTG. You kind of just slap that at the end of a few combos in order to get more damage. But a lot of the time, Hero 2, you actually are just playing a bit of a Shoto game, an aggressive Shoto game. If you've ever played Ken in Street Fighter, it's kind of, unlike Ryu, it's more of a few fireballs and then aggro, less fireball, DP. Luckily for Hero 2, she actually does still have all three of those. She has a fireball. She has a few variations. That's A. B. B is a true low. And C. A goes at a constant speed. C starts out slow, goes really fast. A and C cannot be on the screen at the same time, but you can have B on the screen with A or C. So if you want to zone, you actually can play a zoning game where you kind of just alternate between B and C, B, A, B, C, and you can kind of just keep doing that. A lot of times you won't, though. A lot of the times you will just throw out a 623A and just go in for some aggression. Also has a DP. It's a true DP. And then the C version can be seal timed for some combos. Has to be seal timed right as it starts, though. And then also has a follow-up with forward C for a just hard knockdown hit, which you can OTG into 2C. Also has a Tatsu. The A version is normally what you use for combos. And you could get combos if I wasn't bad at this character still. The B version is the one that you normally seal time for standard combos. And then you also have the C version, which does a little twirl. That twirl is actually projectile invincible, if I remember correctly. It's either projectile or regular invincible. A lot of the times, whichever version it was, it's not going to come up enough for it to matter. But a lot of the times, your combo is usually just this into the B version. There's a few characters it doesn't work on, though, and I think Hero 2 herself is one of them. But a lot of times, this is your combo. And then the other big thing with her is she has a Ino dash, or Morgan dash, depending on what you are, if you're a Guilty Gear or a Darkstalkers player. But this is simultaneously the best and worst part of her. So the issue with her is, again, yeah, thanks, Titanium. Yeah, if you air parry and you land, you have to parry again. It's annoying, but you'll get used to it. So again, simultaneously the worst thing and the best thing, you again cannot block in midair. So if you air dash, you are doing that. You're committing to an aggressive action. She does have some pretty good air dash options though, because she does have very good tick those with a 6-6 jump A and then grab. And then you can also do her jump 2-1-4, which actually is an overhead. You can also TK this a lot. And you can get some nasty cross-ups with this, especially with the C version. You can't actually seal time it, but you can get combos off of it. What am I forgetting? I'm forgetting someone on her. Her Tatsu, DP, follow-up DP. Right. For some reason, they gave her a double fireball, which shoots a low and then a high, which turns into a mid. I think that's the last thing for her actual specials, yeah. Alright. For her supers, we have her good super, which is her Tatsu super. In the corner is where this actually becomes the good part, because you can just do that. You actually want to do 5C214A into the super again, but that's one of her standard combos. If I could actually jump back, please. That is the super you're going to use the most. It's your combo super. It's your better super for dealing damage, especially when in burst. On block, the second hit and the third hit, there is a gap that they can parry. That's going to happen. There's nothing you can do about it. You never want to use this move unless it's going to hit. Aside from that, you have her 2-3-6 super. It's her worst super. It shoots them up really high, and you do get a free combo. Timing's a little weird. If they block it, though, then you get punished. It has some of the worst recovery I've seen on a super in this game. And it also doesn't work in the corner. The flame pillars that spawn a specific distance away from her, meaning it is physically impossible to use this move if you're too close to the corner with your opponent in the corner. Aside from that, you have a Shin Ryuken, which can also be cancelled during the move at right before the end and at the beginning, actually. So if you spam dust, you can get a dust. Will you ever want to do that? No. It's not good. But a lot of times you will do that and then get a nice hard knockdown. Aside from that, her only other super is 214-214D. It's her level 3. It's a command grab. It's very hard to get. This should have been a hit grab. Bit of an oversight. But yeah, again, you'll never really use that. Hero two's whole thing is kind of just getting short combos, approaching with like fireball combos, stuff like that. And then once you get those short combos, you kind of just have to vortex with like 6-6 JA and command throws, 6-6 JA, and then a 2D to start out a combo. It's kind of just a 50-50 of like a grab or a low or a hit. Again, you do also have your, well, it's called Scythe Ride as an overhead, but it can be parried. Good players will eventually catch on to that if you keep doing it. You also can't do it too high. You kind of need to TK this in order for it to have any actual use. But if you like playing Shotos, Hero 2 is one of the options in this game for it. She's probably the closest thing to a quote-unquote true Shoto that this game can really make. Because it kind of is just playing a Shoto of throw some fireballs, use it to approach and get some pressure, get some short combos. She does have the Ino dash for some unique pressure in this game. And she does, again, also have a DP to actually get out of stuff. Again, the DP is invincible. Especially the C version, the one you're going to be using, this is invincible. This is something you're going to use. Now, there is a glitch that I need to talk about. So let me see if I can do it real quick, because it's kind of hard. Alright, so that did 185. Now, let me see if I can... actually get this to work, because... Nope. Alright, so you see, that did 219. For some reason, if you spend the extra bar meter, if you do a super during the seal of time, like when you're still in the 214 animation, sorry if I'm redoing this a lot because it's kind of ridiculous. Alright, I'm not going to do it again. But if you can get the super during the seal of time and during the 214B animation, you get extra damage. Don't know why. We're pretty sure it's a glitch, but it is still free damage that Hero 2 can output on the table. This is very good in burst because, again, you have infinite meter. For getting actual good damage on her, that's necessary. Learning that 5C 214, 214, 214 loop that I mentioned before, that's also necessary for her to get actual good damage in the corner. One thing to note about her is, again, some characters, this is true on a lot of characters, but some characters like herself and Ariel, it is not. They're just too small. The full screen low super. Oh shit, actually you're right. I did forget about that because I never use it. If you do... was it a Tyrant Raven put? No, if you do forward and then half circle forward, it's a projectile. It's a full screen low. Get you a hard knockdown. This is actually... No, that's right. This is actually really good. Because if you take a look, you get taunts. If I didn't get 5 Cs instead, you get 2 taunts after using that move. It's really good for building meter. Alright, but again, that's Hero 2. And now we're going to go over, for anybody who did used to play SVG, the big fallen boy. This guy used to be considered the best character in the game before we actually figured it out. This is Ryuken. He plays like neither Ryu nor Ken. He is a pressure-based Rekka character, who also has a really cool stage theme. Alright, let's save that. Alright, so, Ryuken, very, very stubby normals. This man has so many stubby normals, holy shit. 3Ds, your command normal on the ground. It's a closest thing you have to a sweep. Does also OTG, though. Aside from that, your jump C hits on both sides, so this is really good for cross-ups. You have a very fast air dash. It actually makes you go down when you're using it, and you can cross up like that. Really good for pressure. A lot of times you can kind of just keep doing that. Ryuken really thrives when your opponent A, and doesn't have the meter to guard cancel, or against, if some people, if you notice, the will to guard cancel, and people who don't have meterless invulnerable reversals, so nobody with an actual DP. Alright, aside from that, first special, you have what's a palm thrust. Does more hits the higher the damage. And then you have a follow-up with the 6-6 A, B, or C. That's the one you can see all the time, not the actual start. I don't remember the rest of the things. Ah, yes. And now his main thing, it's called Waiting Wolf. It is the stance. This is him assuming the stance. Now, in the stance, you have a few options. If you just press forward, you'll roll. I think you have stuff when you're rolling? Yes. When you're rolling, if you press D, you can do the kicks. It's not really worth it, I'm pretty sure. You can't press back. If you press up, you transition into a demon flip, which I don't remember how to actually... I don't think you can get it through other means. You probably can. And then while you're in Waiting Wolf, A gives you this, which you can keep pressing on hit or block to keep doing that. 1, 2, 3. And then if you finish it, you go back into the stance. B, this is one of the better ones, because this guard breaks. You can also guarantee the guard break thanks to seal time. And then if you just go back into the stance, you can get combos. Your C is a shoulder tackle. This is the one usually used in combos. And then if you use D, this is an overhead. If you do 2D, you have a slide, which keeps you into the corner, or not in the corner, in the stance. This is an annoying move. It's kind of hard to beat this, not really, but in the heat of the moment, if they just do like 2 of these and then overhead, this can catch you. And you can also link off of the overhead, if I remember correctly. Yes, so the overhead does get you a combo. Yada, original Wild Shadow. Ah, right, that's how you do it. If you do 2, 3, instead of if you've played Akuma in Street Fighter with his Demon Flip, where it's a DP input of a 6-2-3, Ryuken's is a 2-3-6. So, while you're in said flip, you have a few options. If you press not that. If you press down and kick, you do a air parry, and you go back into the stance. If you do A, you get Wind Slice, which is one of your best options for covering neutral. It can be beaten. Don't abuse it, but it's still very good. Your B option is one of the best ones. Let me see if I can actually remember how to do this. There you go. So if you do B a few times and then C, you get a hard knockdown. The C can be can be super canceled. A lot of times you'll cancel it in super with that. And if you do C, you do a dive kick into the stance again. What other super specials do we got on this character? Yada yada. Overhang Shatter, did that. Beat Open, and then Mountain Crusher. Alright, so Beat Open. I personally don't remember the use for this. A Ryuken player can remind me at some point, but it kind of just goes into the stance. I think it was an overhead, actually. Nope. Don't know the use for this thing. Alright. And then Mountain Crusher. This is a true DP. The roll has invulnerability frames. And then it's just a follow-up of 2 presses of either A, B, C, and then D. The D one can be... You can seal time that. So, again, on Ryuken, very stubby, very fast. This is your aggressive rushdown Unga Bunga character, or at least one of them. Aside from that, like with Ryuken, though, he does have a projectile super. It's 236, 236C. He does actually have just a Metsu Hadoken. Put this at infinity. Now, the B version and the A version won't do it. They are hits. They will shoot it out after the hit. Pretty interesting. Aside from that, you have, I think it's just the same thing either in the air and the ground. Yep. So you have 236, 236D. It's just a Bruce Lee kick. However, it's a Bruce Lee kick that you can combo off of in the corner if you're doing the air version. As long as they're high enough, you can link after it with a 2A into the 236. That's usually the end first inner combo. It usually ends in a dust. I would do it if I wasn't bad at this character. Has another good taunt. If I can back throw so I can show this. There you go. One of the main things about Ryuken is, again, he is a mix-up machine. His dash goes through you. You have to be close to go through, and it puts you pretty far to, like, go through again. But he can still go through you. So, again, with that and the JC hitting on both sides, you can kind of just mix people up without any real issue. And you kind of just play a game of dashing around, doing some normals, backdashing, and then dashing back in with the JC for pressure. His dust, if the opponent's at the wrong height, they can drop out of it. 9 times out of 10, this won't happen off of raw dust. This will happen during combos. But if you just practice the timing, it's pretty easy to get towards. Aside from that, the last thing he has is his level 3, which I don't remember the input for. Back. Oh, right, it's 2-1-4, 2-1-4, circle specifically. Only 300. It also scales to death because of how many actual hits it has. You won't really see this too often, but I mean, if ending a burst combo with that actually kills them, then, you know, obviously go for it. But again, if you like just absolute aggression, no real defensive options, I say that, but he has an actual DP. If you just really like mixing up the opponent, going fast, and still being able to play a bit of a neutral game, if you want, then Ryuken's the character for you. If you're mix-up focused instead of like vortex focused, he's also the character for you. But you do have to get used to, like with Earth, getting used to the mind game, because you need to learn how to really mix people up with this character. One wrong move, and again, since he does not have any actual option that isn't called "I'm in your face," and mid-screen his only option is pretty much doing that, then you're kind of stuck either predicting something with that to get some damage, or jumping in and hoping that you can actually get in. That's one of the issues with Ryuken. His damage is also kind of capped. Once you start getting into pretty far combos, you really start to see how bad scaling is for him. But he can still kill you in like 2 or 3 hits, as just about every character in this game can. And again, if you really like going fast, this is your character. But you will have to get used to stubby normals. That's one of the main issues with him. So if you're not up close, you kind of just want to stay close, use your Demon Flip into that to play neutral, and kind of just play some footsies until you can kind of just dash in and do stuff. Alright, next up is Hero. Hero 1. That. So Hero 1 is another quote-unquote Shota-esque, although it's less of the actual toolkit of Shoto. Can you do his palm? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can do everything on block. Especially... Oh, cool, more people. Yeah, Queen Koopa, you can do the palm and DP follow-ups where you can unblock. Whatchamacallit. The ones where he goes into the air, it's not the best because you will... Where's my... Oh, I have chat box turned off. I'm going to try something real quick. There we go. I feel stupid for having that off. Alright, chat box should be visible now because you guys are sitting in the chair. Ryuken's follow-ups where he goes into the air, 9 times out of 10 you won't be able to see all time it before you're whiffing stuff. But the on-the-ground palm follow-ups, so like 2-3-6 A, B, or C, and then 6-6 A, B, or C, you can see all time. But enough about definitely not Ryuken, because he's neither Ryu nor Ken. So we have Hero, who is our mid-range fighter of this game. Again, unlike... Well, she doesn't have the Shoto toolkit, except for a fireball. She does have a fireball. It's not the best fireball, but it's like a fireball. She is the playstyle of Ryu, where you are playing that mid-range, you're playing that zoning. One of the best things about her is she actually has really good normals. This is her Far 5B, really good as an anti-air. Her Far 5C is pretty good. Aside from that, her normals are kind of middling. Whatchamacallit? Diagonal jump C knocks down. And like I said before with Hero 2, her neutral jump C is really good. It also knocks down. But aside from that on Hero, you're kind of just playing that neutral game until you can get a hit. Her main thing is her 2-1-4 series. So you have 2-1-4 A, B, and C. They're pretty cool. They're pretty good. And they combo into themselves for at least 1 repetition. You should be able to tech that. I don't think the computer's smart enough to actually air tech. Her main thing is 2-1-4D. So it sets this down. Now, if you get hit as hero, that will go away. If they hit it with a projectile, it'll go away. But while it's out, you can get a free Oki trap. So the whole thing with her is just getting knockdowns, setting that up, and going for a 50-50 with either a low or a immediate JA. How do you get this, you may ask? You have her 623A, which is an overhead, and you can seal time it on block. So her main combo is 5B, 5C, 623. If I can remember how to do it. 623 can be seal timed. And that's it. That is the main bread and butter combo with hero. Aside from that, again, you have Fireball. You have the 2-1-4 series. That isn't the 2-1-4D. They're not as useful, but you can still play a zoning game. And you also have the DP being a overhead, quote-unquote DP. It's a DP input. It's an overhead. Seal time ball overhead, so you can perform mix-ups, which is nice. Aside from that, you have 236D, which goes through projectiles, and is very good for doing that. Her back throw is her best throw. I haven't been mentioning throws too much lately, because most throws aren't the best because they're just throws, but there are a few that are comboable back throws. Hers is a comboable back throw. Because of the way inputs work, that's her 2-1-4 super that I'm doing. It's a whatchamacallit? It's a hit grab that has to hit. It won't actually grab them if they're just blocking it. There we go, fireballs hit the trap. So it depends on the character. They do have to hit the ground. We'll get to it when I get to Jado 2, because Jado 2 also has fireballs, and he has one that hits low to the ground. It will hit it. Basically, anything that goes near it and acts as a projectile can activate it. Like I mentioned before, if you're playing Earth, I know there are a few Earth players that we have, his JB, where I was mentioning it's neither a strike nor a projectile, doesn't trigger Hero's Trap. We're still trying to figure out what the hell that move is, but I guess that's why he's, a Holy God Earth or something. Aside from that, again, Hero, you are just playing a mid-range game. You do have aggression. If you ever watched Roy, again, I'll be bringing Roy up a lot because Roy's one of the better players. She has pretty good buttons for on-block pressure. Well, actually, that's every character. Any normal that can theoretically activate it will activate it and hit you, because normals have hitboxes. But again, so with her back throw, you just have to reverse the input. So instead of doing, if I could actually do it. Wow, I cannot do this. All right, there we go. Alright, so her 236 is a Fireball super. It has 3 different variations for each one. You have 236A, which just fills the screen going forward. You have 236B, which fills the screen going upward. That's your anti-air one. And then you have 236C, fastest one, and the one that you use damage for. You're in the corner. You can just do 5B, 5C, a Fireball into the Super Fireball. Or not that, you do something into that. There you go. That's just a good standard combo, gets you some good damage. But a lot of the time, again with Hero, you're just aiming to get that knockdown, get the 2-1-4, and you're just trying to Vortex people. Your Vortex is not as good as Earth, again, because you don't have actual command grabs. You just have the 50-50 with either the low D and the jump A. But besides from that, if you like Ryu, not because of the toolkit, if you like playing Shotos because you like the playstyle of throw out some pressure, hit them as they run in, and then because, since you're playing Hero, you do actually get Okizeme as well, because you do have an Okizeme game, Hero's the character for you. And if you like counter zoning, Hero 2 is one of the characters for that. Because they throw Fireball, if you're about mid-range, you just 236D, you go right through it, you get a free combo. Unless they're playing, their name is Jado, because again, Jado can kind of just kick you. 236D is not strike invulnerable. It is projectile invulnerable only. Aside from that, yeah, no. Here, having the trap out, another reason again for it, because again, since hitboxes have hurtboxes, while this trap is out, again, you'll see it's there, but it's not there. This is such a deterrent for a lot of characters. Like, Wells is the best character in the game, But the matchup for Hero 2, which is normally like a 7-3 in Wells' favor, immediately shifts into a 6-4 just by having the trap out. That's how good this trap is for her game plan. It can kind of just make or break a round for you, depending on how well you can actually use it. Because again, even if you knock them down into it, then you can you get it to activate. It will hit OTG if they activate into it, but you don't get too much off of it. One thing to note about Hero, though, is her damage isn't the best. I know I'm forgetting something. I am forgetting something. She has more TPs. We did Fireball, we did that. Oh yeah, if anybody did ask about guard cancels, all guard cancels are strikes except for Jado. His guard cancel is a teleport behind you, nothing personnel kid. It is either better than normal or worse than normal, depending on if your opponent is a big brain, read you like a book person. Aside from that, Hero has... Other way? This is her Invulnerable Reversal. It's unfortunately metered. Hero, another character with that Invulnerable Reversal. And then... What was your... Oh, that's the super? Am I doing the wrong thing? Yes. That wasn't a grab. I should do it again just to show. She dashes forward. The dash is invulnerable. I've had a few times where I've done a level 3, and the opponent did a level 3 as Hero, went through it. Not the farthest dash, but again, since the dash is invincible, it can just blow through some stuff and get it. It also does good damage, as level 3s are, supposed to do. But you won't see that too much, because a lot of the time, again... a lot of the time, you'll be using meter for that. You'll be using meter to just get the knockdown. Weird. Alright, so, just learning this with Hero myself. So, no, I think she says Wrath of Heaven. Because it says Last Heaven. To be fair, it's good old English, but I can't tell. So with Hero, you want to do like a 5D into BC in order to get the hits done to combo that. And then get that little combo. Doesn't do the most damage, but again, this is your best combo. You can end it instead of doing the 5B, 5C into Jump B, Jump C. You can do a Dust, but you lose Oki, and you don't want to do that. You never want to do that unless the Dust will kill, and you can get some meter back. But again, if you like playing the neutral game, if you like being able to play a mid-range, I can change between aggression, between zoning, and can play a set play Okizumi game, albeit not the best. Hero is the character for you. Moving on to our next character, we'll be playing one of the characters I can actively teach people about, because this is one of the characters I play. He also has one of the best themes in the game. We have Krace, Big Boy ourself. I lied. We need to get the good skin for him. That is not the good skin. Where is the good skin? No? Alright, I don't know where the good skin is on the PSP version then, but he has a skin that makes him look like Ike. Best skin in the game. 10 out of 10, 100%. Krace is our big boy, big sword character. He has big buttons. Unfortunately, not as big damage. But Krace is one of the most snowball characters in the game. One of the main things about Krace is he can get you in the corner, no matter where you are. So on Krace, his 5A and 2A, not the best, but they're not the worst. They are good for what I'll explain later. His 5B, very good as a poke. If they're crouching, then it will go over them, but it's very good as a poke. His 5C, the just standard 5C, knocks down. If I can do this right. 2C hits OTG. There you go. It's a tight link, but it happens. 2B, Cape Swipe. And then, now, his 5D is one of the main standing normals I want to talk about. It stops your dash completely. Your dash is also really fast. This is one of the main things on him. He has some immense ground control. But your 5D stops you in your tracks. In fact, the only thing that stops you faster than the 5D is your taunt. So, this is technically the easiest way to break dash in this game with Krace. He also has a 3D. It's bad, don't use it. And then one of his best moves is 4C. This is a true overhead. This is a true overhead. Because it is a true overhead, low parries will still parry it, but this will open people up. Now, basic specials, you have your 2, 3, 6, A, B, and C. This is A, this is B, this is C. This is your most used move in the game for Krace, 2, 3, 6, C. I'll get into that later. You have a DP. The A and C versions are true DPs. B you never use. You can seal time A and C also has a follow-up. If you just do it again, you get that. They can ground tech it though, so you don't get too much Oki. And then the main thing for him is he is also a Rekka character. You have 2-1-4 A, B, and C, which does a swipe. But once this swipe connects, you do B, B, and then C. B, B, and then C. You can super cancel... Can you low parry overheads but not... yeah, you can low parry overheads but not mids. Mids will hit you through a low parry. But again, if you... Because I know this has happened multiple times to me. If the opponent low parries and you 4C, you get parried. If you low parry the Earth overhead kick from the 2-3-6, you get parried as Earth. It's not fun. But it's still worth it, because, you know, this is a true overhead normal. This is one of the best moves in the game in terms of a normal, because you can open people up with this. But again, his Rekka, you can super cancel on the third hit, so the third input, and you can seal of time this last hit to get a nice low combo. If I can do this without accidentally supering, that'd be great. Aside from that, he has two other Rekkas. He has 2-3-6-D, which is the exact same as the same Rekka string as 2-1-4 A, B, and C, where you do B, B, and C, except this does a hop into a low. So you can open people up with that. Theoretically, because of his 4C being an overhead, you can do like a 2D, 4C into 2-3-6-D as a low overhead low. You can do 4C, 2D as an overhead low. You can do 2D, 2-3-6-D as a low low. Krace actually has a lot of good ways of opening people up, albeit kind of risky. Now, the big thing on him is his 2-1-4-D string. This is actually super good. So 2-1-4-D itself has two follow-ups. Another D, which hard knockdowns and lets you OTG, if I can not miss it. OTG. And then you can do 2-1-4-D into 2-1-4-B. And then that B one has two follow-ups. B again, which does a spin, which you can super cancel. And then, if you do C, it does a command grab. If you are hitting them, you have to delay for the command grab to work. Also, one thing you probably didn't know, he does a bit of a dash before the command grab. You can super cancel during that dash. Will anybody ever actually use this? No. But this is something you can theoretically do. I doubt that anybody actually knew this, because it never comes up. But in terms of Krace's specials, that's actually it. He just has a Fireball, a DP, and the Rekkas. Yep. Now, the meat of his... Oh, no, not the meat yet. He also has a 2-3-6, 2-3-6, which is a Tornado. Kind of easy to block this, but it does hard knockdown, so, you know, hard knockdown's nice. But that's not why you hard knockdown. You hard knockdown because of your 2-1-4, 2-1-4, 2-1-4. It does 3 hits, and during it, if you do 2-3-6 A and B, you get that hard knockdown. Now, this hard knockdown is fantastic, because you can get an OTG 2C after that. If I wasn't bad. I say, well, Krace is one of my mains. Bop, 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 bop. There you go. And then you do 2-3-6-C. Now, again, with Krace, like I said before, Krace gets you in the corner, no matter what. So, you'll see we will start in the corner. It slowed down, unfortunate. There you go. So you see, we went from corner to corner for 1 bar meter. And you don't actually lose too much meter. Since you have seal time before you do the 5C, 5C, 623, 623, you don't get back too much meter. But you can get some nice meter. Aside from that, I did gloss over by accident. This dust of his is a projectile. Like I was mentioning before, projectiles that hit low to the ground with Hero's Trap, this will actually activate a Hero Trap. It's one of the weirdest things, but it's nice during the matchup. But Krace's whole thing is getting a hit, getting you into that corner, and then looping his Oki. Now, what is his Oki, you may be asking? I will show you. That's his Oki. that his 2-3-6C is his whole Oki. After the 2-3-6C, since they're forced to block, their outs are either a guard cancel or a burst. You actually don't have an out from this Oki, aside from that. Even Wells, the best character in the game, has to respect this Oki, and has to out it the exact same like everybody else with a guard cancel. Now, while they're blocking that, you can do, like I said before with his mix-ups, you can do a raw 4C for an overhead, 2D 4C for a low overhead, 2D 2-3-6D low low, overhead low, do the full whole string, yada yada. And his whole thing is just looping that Oki. Bit of tech trick for people who do want to play Krace. Again, normally you want to get a, I can show with this. You want to OTG 2C in order to, and then cancel that into a 2-3-6C. That gets you more damage. But one thing to note about it, this is something that I like to do every now and then. If you do 2C and then just dial in the command grab, you'll grab them. 2-1-4, you do 2C, 2-1-4D, BC. You'll grab them if they're expecting you to do the B version, which is nice. But that's actually all Krace is. He's pretty basic. He has a very well-rounded toolkit, has a DP, has Rekas, has mix-ups to open people up, has great Okizeme. When he gets you in the corner, he's the best Okizeme character, only exception being Mayura, who we'll get to later, who is the Okizeme character in this game. But if you like big buttons, if you like armor, I forgot to mention, Krace has armor on a few of his moves. You don't see it too much because it's kind of inconsistent because it's only one hit, but like 5C has armor, close B has armor, 2C has armor. Those will happen. But if you like big buttons, whatchamacallit? Good buttons, I should say. They're big and they're good. His jump D lingers for a good while. Jump B, jump C, very big. If you really like controlling space with just big buttons, getting those hard knockdowns, getting those Okizeme situations, Krace is for you. And if you like being a character that has a good DP, Krace is for you. If you take a look at how far back that goes, it does hit behind him. It's the biggest hitting DP in this game, and since it is, again, a true DP, it's phenomenal. Shit, I forgot to mention. Half the DPs are almost true. Krace is one of them. I should be calling it an almost true DP. You can grab his DP. Hero 2's DP you cannot grab. Once we get to Rose, you cannot grab her DP. You can grab Krace's DP, but again, it's one of the best DPs in the game. It has follow-ups for meterless damage. It can be seal of timed for combos. You also have a level 3, which is forward, half circle, forward, A, B, or C. You won't see this. You really won't. It's cool, but it doesn't really do enough damage to be useful. And then the real reason to play Krace is this. So I fucked up the super cancel there. I mean, it does guard break and seal time, but wait, no, it doesn't. If you mean burst, no, it doesn't actually. It deals a shitload of guard break damage during burst, but it won't inherently guard break during burst like Jado's will. But like I showed you there, AC 236B micro walk is a true infinite. The whole point is after 214, while they're on the ground, you get a true link into 5A, and you can just infinite from there. It's only in the corner, and it doesn't work on Rose or Uriel. Uriel because he's just too small because he's a literal child. Rose's hitbox during hit stun is just kind of wonky. But you do have a true infinite. It's kind of hard to do it consistently. What you want to really do with it, get one rep down. This is what you use to run out the clock when it's low or when they're in burst. Because running out the opponent's burst is one of the best things you can do in this game if you can't outright kill them. In terms of Krace's burst, you have DP loops. You see all the time. If I can actually get it. Delay seal time. Wow, I am bad at this game. Never mind then. But you just delay the seal time on Krace. And then normally you're supposed to be able to follow up the... Yeah, there you go. I'm bad at doing it, so don't trust my word on that for this one, because I'll never actually do that myself. I rely more on Grace's other stuff. But you can still do some solid damage in burst with loops. But again, if you like big damage, big buttons, big swords, if you like Ike, as everybody should like Ike, Grace is your guy. I really feel like I'm forgetting something on Grace right now. Oh, right, I did forget a move. After 236D, if you do 3 again, if you do D again, you will get a 3D. Never use this move either. That's a bad move. That's what I forgot to mention. A move to never use. Alright, moving on to our next list, we have Rose. Good old, most complicated character in this game, Rose. Also has some pretty baller skins. Definitely has some really good skins. Yeah, no, 3D's awful. Anybody who wants to play Krace never use 3D. But we're not focused on Krace right now. We're focused on good old Rose. Rose is one of the weirdest characters in the game. Sorry, Titanium, but it's true. Although I'm pretty sure you agree. Rose is another one of the quote-unquote Shotos. Ignore that. She has good buttons, though. Do not misunderstand how good these buttons are in terms of their actual viability. Her 2C, doing a color... extra, I can't do a color tier list because Krace automatically wins it. He has a skin for the Black Knight, or Guts, depending on how you want to look at it, and he has a skin for Ike. He already wins. Jado 2's second, because he has a skin for Rugal and Ronald McDonald. And then 3 would be up to personal preference, but it goes Krace, Jado 2, everyone else. That's your color tier list, unfortunately. Or fortunately, I mean, come on, it's good old Ike. But Rose is one of your Shotos. He has most of the Shoto playstyle, but doesn't have a Tatsu. Her Tatsu input is actually back forward. It's not a charge, it's literally just back forward. She has a Fireball. It's a really good Fireball. I cannot do that, or I cannot do it, but 5A, 236, but 5A is a infinite with, I think, the B version. Oh no, it's the C version. You have to get the far version though. But Far 5A, very good poke. Far 5C, also a good poke. Well, it is a Mortal Kombat input, actually, yeah. It's a Mortal Kombat input of just back forward. It's also a Tekken input if you play Jin or Devil Jin. I play them a lot myself, so with, Laser Scraper, you'll be used to it pretty fast. Alright, Rose's actual Tatsu input is a teleport. A is a teleport fake out. B teleports above them and has an actual follow-up. Titanium, correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't have any actual combo usability. C... Where does C go? Behind. And then D is above and behind. Above and behind is one of the best ones because you do get like a jump 5B. Very good air to ground. Jump 5A, or jump A, one of the standard air to ground. Jump C is pretty good. This is her DP. You can seal time it. Her jump C leads into a untech time where they have to land. So back on the DP, you have a true DP. Actually true, cannot be grabbed either. It is pretty slow though. The C1, which has the best invincibility, is kind of slow. But it is seal timeable, so you can get some good stuff. She does have a dive kick, jump 236D. This is seal timeable. Let me see if I can actually get the OTG for it, because it does hit OTG. I'm not going to hit the OTG. Okay. But it can hit OTGs. You do have infinites with that OTG in burst because you can also seal time the dive kick, which is really good. But aside from that, so we're going to start with that top one next, Magicblade. Rarely will you use this, unfortunately. You just don't have the time to, but she does have an install mechanic. This is really good to get 1. It goes up a lot, but your whole goal on her is if you can get 1, get the 1. It really makes her a better character. It shoots her... She's already a good character base just because of how inherently good her normals and moves are. But when you have an install for either DP, Fireball, or your 4-6 input, If you press 2 buttons, you get EX, and it shoots damage or usability up a lot. That gives a little tumble roll. That roll has invincibility. You have EX Fireball. It's just an EX Fireball, but, you know, still really good. And then her 4/6 one is her best one. It does insane damage compared to the rest of her kit. What else am I missing on her? Demon Crescent Shot, Illusionary, Dark Also. Nope, those are all of her specials. So yeah, Fireball, DP, Tatsu is a Tekken or MK input, teleports, and installs. If you actually want to play a Shoto and just have EX Fireballs, then Rose is your character, just right off the bat. If you want EX DPs and EX Fireballs, you're playing Rose. Rose is very wonky, though. Her damage is, for how good her kit is, lower than normal, unfortunately. Once you get that EX move, she turns into a good character. I wish Titanium could stream for a bit, because she has some really good, actual, true, like, side swap mix-ups, and you can kind of just vortex people to death. But aside from that, a lot of her is just playing a good pressure game with, like, your A into C normals, fireballs, using your jump B and jump C to keep people off of you or get in, using DP to catch people that you know are coming in, shooting out some fireballs, and then when you get a combo, it is always going to be ABC into 4/6 into your 2/3/6 2/3/6 special, which is going to be this. That little slide kick is a low that can catch people, and while you're doing that, if I can remember the timing, before the DP, Titanium, can you actually remind me when is the time to do the input? Because before the DP, you can actually teleport, like use her actual teleport to continue combos. The easier thing to do for her to continue combos is you can air dash after it, and you can get hits. For example, a jump 2/3/6 D, her little dive kick. If I could actually hit it. But you can dash after it, which does let you get extra combos. The main thing with her, though, is, again, her damage is kind of low. So one of the main things you want to do for actual damage is if you can do an EX 4/6 during the combo, then that's the one you want to do. Normally, if you can't continue the combo with, with a 2/3/6 seal time, you want to use your JC after the air dash to force that little on-tech restand and just continue the pressure from there. Aside from that, she also has a Fireball Super. You don't really see this too much. And you also have a DP Super. This is the other super you actually see because it's a true DP Super. Does some good damage. Didn't mean to go to character select. Load that state. Alright, another thing to mention, I did send it before that. Her install does cost meter. It costs a bit less or more than... It costs about the same as a taunt. So let's actually see if we can... Because I'm pretty sure we figured out that was like one of the main things to know with Rose. Her taunt gives you an install. Taunt. Nope. I lied. I'm doing it. And it's not letting me do it. Alright, so taunt gives you a bit less than an install. But if you can taunt and then... what should we call it? I mean, again, since you're starting it off, you'll have 2 bars still, because again, you do start with 3 bars, full 3 bars at the start of each game. You can do a super. If you can get a install, then you can get a taunt afterwards in order to get more meter back. You do need to make sure you're safe during it, because if you happen to be in Discord and you check Rose's character channel's description, it's just, y'all mind if I raw install in neutral? Don't raw install in neutral. If you want to play Rose, you'll get punished. It's not going to be good, and you're going to die for it. Also forgot to mention this before. I am very forgetful. There are differences in health in this game also. Wells and Rose have 450. Hero 1 and 2... I'm sorry. Hero 2 and Jado 2 have 420. And then every other character has 500 health except for Hero 1, who has 510. Why she's the thickest, I don't know. But again, Rose has only 450 health. She can die quite fast. One thing you'll note if you do play any of the lower health characters is there are a few characters who can just true standard B&B combo kill you above your burst threshold and kind of just steal a game from you. It's not the best feeling, but it happens. But again, Rose, if you like playing that kind of unorthodox play style, if you do like playing kind of a standard shuttle play, having the shuttle toolkit though, Rose does have that. If you like having a good fireball and a true DP, Rose has that. If you like what is really unorthodox mix-ups, Rose has that. And like I was saying before, Rose has one of the best backdashes for actually getting out of pressure, because this thing goes far. Rose also has a pretty solid jump. She does a nice little cartwheel. But aside from that, if you can learn how to properly pressure, if you can learn how to do those really weird side swap mix-ups that Titanium has in the Rose channel, I remember he posted that at some point, then you can really go far with this character. You don't see too many people playing her. You literally only see Titanium playing her when he's in the tournaments, but this character, when it goes properly, can go far. And save for a few exception matchups, this string right here can kind of invalidate a lot of people's defense, because it's very hard to get out of that string. It is very difficult to actually out 5A, 5C, because this is very fast, does pretty solid damage, honestly, for just a 2-string. And it can get you pretty far with just that, as long as you can get some good fundamentals going with this character. One last thing to mention with her is she does have, shit, what was her? I do not remember her level 3 input. What a weird level 3 input. Her level 3 goes very far. Goes through projectiles. In burst, if you have burst, you usually just want to do like 1 or 2. You want to do like 5C DP, like once or twice, and then go into level 3 to not kill scaling. You can do some good damage with this character's level 3 in burst. But realistically, not only should you not be having the ability to burst, you don't want to have the ability to burst, but due to her dependence on meter and low health, you really shouldn't actually be able or allowed to burst. If you are, either you're doing really well after doing really bad, or your opponent's doing something wrong. But again, if you like playing an unorthodox Shoto character with good pressure, good neutral, just good everything, really. As long as you can deal with how unorthodox she is, and the specifics of her that you want to avoid, Rose can do pretty good. Again, she does have some moves that are kind of bad. For example, like her 5C, kind of not the best hitbox, if I'll be entirely honest. Her 2C, something you really want to avoid. You can't special cancel it. Got to mention, she does have a 3D. Soft knockdowns, they can tech it. And she also has a weird auto combo if you just keep pressing 5A. It's really weird. It's the only character in this game that has that, but she has it. Also forgot to mention she has, whatchamacallit? She has a combo back throw as well. You can do things after it. I think you can... Can't you jump off of that? Oh, no, it's the chain, right? Never mind. Never mind. Thought I knew something about her that I didn't. But yeah, that's Rose in a nutshell. Next is one of the other characters I can actually describe. We have Mayura, who is the set play queen. So Mayura is very hard to play. Just straight off the bat, is one of the more difficult characters to actually play in this game. She can go really, really far with execution, though. Also has a really good song. Let's save the state for that one. So Mayura, her normals are stubby. She has good anti-air normals, though. Her 5B and 2B are actually super good for anti-airs. This 5B can be jump cancelled. And you can also get it off of a chain with 5B, 5B. Her D is also, her 5D, also really good. Chains into itself a few times. You do have an infinite with 623A 5D. It's very frame tight, so don't expect me to actually hit it here. Her 623 is the super I'm going to go over first because it's the most important for combo-wise. A, again, is for that infinite, but it's also the best in terms of frame advantage on block. B can be seal timed, and C can also be seal timed. C does more hits, so it obviously does a bit more damage, but it's worse for scaling. Far 5C is one of your best moves in for combos. We'll see why in a second. Her 2C, hard knockdowns, very good. This also goes very far because that is a hitbox. Not what you would expect when you consider the rest of her moves. And then, again, her D moves are pretty good. They're quite fast. Her close 5D is a low, just like Jaddo's. Her jump normals are actually some of the better jump normals in the game at what they can do. Her 5B is her best air-to-air jump normal. It's pretty good. It has pretty good reach, all things considered, and it also is pretty active. Her jump D is also pretty good, and her she does have a there you go a dive kick where she can do 2D once she hits the apex or goes down. And her jump C is multi-hit, and it also hard knockdowns, which we will see in 1 second. You can also special cancel all of her aerials, and she can do air specials. So, her specials. You have a fireball. 236 A or C. Speed is increased by power. Pretty obvious. You have an air version, which you can TK. Unlike Jaddo, you cannot have multiple out at once. If you have fireball out, you can't have another fireball out. In air, if you do a Tatsu, you do an ice set. You have A goes straight down, B goes forward and is 1, C goes forward and is multiple. If you do 2 and 4 on the ground, you do an ice set. While the ice is set, you also can't use an ice ball. You have 1 ball on the board, unfortunately. That's it. That's all I get to work with. B, C goes there. D goes almost full screen, but if they do literally anything, they get hit by it. You have hidden missiles. Doesn't come up as much, but you have hidden missiles. If you can actually get it out, then it does have uses. But 9 times out of 10, if you're in a position where you use hidden missiles and it's an okay option at best, you have better options. But it's still interesting. You have a teleport. It's 22A, 22B, 22C, and 22D. Location is based off of where you press it. Her back throw is also combable. If I can remember how to combo it. Alright, we're just going to go straight into her level 3 then, because you can just raw combo level 3 after back throw. If I can remember the input, it is forward and back. Alright. Okay. There we go. Alright, so yeah, that's the thing. You can combo off of her back throw. Her dash, very good. Just like, it's literally a craze dash, if I'll be entirely honest, where you can have a pretty fast dash on the ground. You can cancel the actual forward dash with normals. It's really good. What am I forgetting on her? Fireball, that thing, hidden missile, swipe mirror, ice shield. Nope, no specials are being forgotten. Alright, so, her specials. They're bad except for one. She has this, Swiss cheese. Good during burst because it breaks guards, so it's good damage if they're low enough where it'll just kill. Spit in burst. Orb Kizeme. This move is better on paper than actual in practice, but if you throw it out, you die, and then it will still hit them after the round ends, and if it kills them, it counts as a draw. It's the dumbest thing in this game. It will happen 1 in a million times, but that one time it does happen, it's hilarious. Her main thing is she has an aerial 236, which is Ice Caliber. This is your best move in this character, because you can TK this. It works better when I can actually do it, but a lot of her combos usually just involve doing various just multiple times of it, once you can actually get your opponent in the air, and just looping that. It's easier once you start getting the actual combos, but there's good examples of it out there. One of the main things is her 5C for R1 can be special cancelled and super cancelled. So in combos, a lot of the time once you can get your opponent in the quarter, you'll combo into a 2-3-6D, into a 6-2-3-C, seal time, and then walk back, get the Ice Caliber, and then if you aren't messing it up like me, then you can do it again, and then do the normal stuff with her, which is 5B, 5C, jump up 5C to get the hard knockdown, and then start throwing out these for Oki. If you're used to any actual Oki in games, this is where you will see where Mayura really can do stuff. Now, one thing to know about Mayura, she has a special trait where after any air special, your air dash is refreshed. And this is constant. So, theoretically, as long as you're in the air, you can air dash. This doesn't... it's not going to come up completely. This will mostly come up once, whatchamacallit, once you actually get them in the corner. Because once they're... Doesn't she have the strong summons? In terms of raw damage, like in terms of highest damage, she's one of the tops, yes, but she needs burst for it. In terms of consistent high damage, it's Wells and Jetto 2. Those are the two tops in terms of damage. Yeah, she does have the hardest. She's hands down the hardest character in the game to actually play. But she's very rewarding. So her whole thing usually is just doing this. And then it's usually a 50-50 between, are you going to do a, are you going to let the air dash finish and do a 2D, or are you going to do a jump D in order to get the overhead? It's really just a 50-50 with her for that, but it's such a consistent 50-50, and how good her actual set play is, that once you get the opponent in the quarter, they're kind of stuck there. I would like to actually show this off, but I'm being bad right now. One of the main things to know about Mayura is, again, you do need to really learn how to TK stuff. Her main damage is gained by just TKing the there you go. That's the mix-up right there. Dash forward, do a jump normal, or land and do a 2D to open them up. Again, Mayura's whole thing is you can play a somewhat effective zoning game by TKing a fireball, air dashing back, and then doing another fireball. She can also TK her air 2-1-4 to set up some walls. Mayura can play very defensively. If she gets a life leaf, she can zone you out. Not as effectively, because if you've ever played Axel in the good Guilty Gears of like Plus R and stuff like that, her moves are very committal. Once you fireball, if your opponent already predicted it, you're probably getting punished. But as long as you can actually do her stuff, then you can really, really prosper with this character. Oh, there we go. And you see, that's what you normally want to do on her. You do have to note where they land. Just like what you saw there, if you air dash forward and they're too far out of the corner, you actually put yourself in the corner. So what you do actually is, instead of dashing forward after doing that, you dash back and throw a 2-1-4 B or C while you're in the air. But if you really like just getting that one hit and just taking the game from there, if you really like playing a pure Okizeme character who can also still zone, Mayura is your character. Mayura is the queen for you. Also has just thick dies, so if you're into that, that's a thing. And she also has one of the most useless moves in the game, Chain 5C. If you do 5B into 5C, that is a low that does no damage. It's purely to open people up who for some reason are not crouch blocking Mayura, because she has no actual overhead aside from a jump normal. But aside from that, Mayura actually is pretty straightforward. Literally just learn the Okizeme, learn the B and B combos, and learn to TK this. The lower to the ground you can TK this, like that right there, that's a perfect TK. That's what you want to be able to do consistently. Because if you can do that consistently, you can touch a death on this character. In burst, you get touch of deaths, and out of burst, it costs all your meter to do it, but But like that right there, that leads into another situation where they have to block it properly. And her normals are actually pretty good on block. You can kind of just keep doing 5D and then 2D, and then you can kind of just we'll call it do like 2D. Again, you can cancel all of your air hits on block as well into specials. So you can kind of just keep your opponent locked in there, especially if you get a move. And you can just really roll your opponent over as long as you can get the hit. Once you lose meter on this character, you are screwed if you lose your turn, because she has no defensive option and she has the worst guard cancel in the game. It's so short ranged, it will actually whiff against a lot of moves on block, which is really awful. But she's also the best character at holding her lead once she actually starts her Okuzeme in the game. Again, you need to learn how to input on this character. She has the highest skill floor in this game in terms of actual inputs. But once you can get that inputs, as long as you have some, at least at worst, average decision-making for mix-ups, you can go far with this character. She's pretty good. Alright, moving on to the last two, my favorite two. Starting off, we have Jiaotou. Jiaotou is the last quote-unquote Shota in this game. Shoto. God. Jiaotou's scuffed. This character is insane if you don't know what he's doing, and he's still amazing if you do know what he's doing. So starting off, his JD, like, no, we're not doing Jiaotou mirrors right now. Maybe later. His J2, or his 5D, like regular Jiaotou's, will low crush, but it's faster, so it's better. His 2D's pretty fast. 5A's pretty standard. Jump A is this weird thing. It never comes up. His diagonal is a thing down. 5B, 2B, they're just okay normals. They do good damage, though. One thing that I'll note about Jiaotou, there are different brackets of character damage in terms of like raw damage hits. Jiaotou's the highest. He does absurd damage. His 5C, we haven't tested it yet, but even on block, this thing is absurdly safe. You can, a lot of times, do like a 5C into a 5C into more mix-ups. But bread and butter of Jiaotou is really 5C, 2C, and then JC. These are his best normals. And then in terms of his specials, like I said, he is a Shoto. He has a Fireball. Like I was saying before, he has different directions for the Fireballs. This is A version, it's an anti-air version. B just goes straight. C goes down. As long as C hits while low enough, that is a low. He has a DP. It's not an A, B, or C, though. It is 623D. It's actually a Genocide Cutter. And it also has a follow-up. That follow-up will be insane. Yes, he's a stretchy boy. His follow-up's insane. I'll explain why later. And then aside from that, you have his Tatsu, his 2 and 4. It's a Rekka, though. So out of the Rekka, you have two options. You have the D version, which is just D and D, again. It can be whiff canceled even on whiff. And the second one can be... whatchamacallit? Second one can be seal timed. Yeah, like with Hero 2, you can use the Fireball for some safer rush. But his rush down's fantastic already. And then aside from that, after the hit, if you press A or B or C, you get an overhead that crosses up. On block, this thing is also absurdly safe. As long as you time the hit properly, because it is kind of wonky, you're just safe on it. It's kind of insane. And then his last thing, which is the real reason why he's so insane, is the other thing that 214 can cancel into is his Command Dash. Command Dash cancels from any normal, crosses up, low profiles from frame 1. I'm going to check the wiki, because Titanium did figure out the frames last time I remember correctly. It's not invincible, is one thing that you have to note. You can't just willy-nilly throw it out, and it's not invulnerable to projectiles either. But it does have upper body invisibility frames 1 through 18, total length 23 frames. Thank you, Titanium, again. Very cool. Yeah. If your opponent knows to watch for it, you can be punished for it, but it's still really good. And then your last special is you have an air 236. Oh, no, it's. I'm pretty sure. I do have to test the actual frames later, but as far as I'm aware, it's a legitimately safe option. He does have Air 236D. This is an overhead, and it has untech time in the air for a little bit. they can still ground tech it, but you do get some nice mix-ups where you can kind of just do like a meaty 5C and then into a 2D, or you can do it into a Air 236C or 236D to get that. Aside from that, Johto 2 has what you call it? Extra. I don't know what Bad Moon is, unfortunately. Yeah, just the 2. Alright, so you have 236, 236D. This is your Invincible Reversal special. You'll never use it. You have Jump 236, 236D. The only time you will use this is, whatchamacallit, if you have a short combo of this. It does solid damage for 3 hits. That's when you're going to use it. You're never going to use it for anything else, because your meter is better off spent for a Seal of Time, or better off is your other super, Energy Roar. Energy Roar is a cape throw. Hits multiple times. During Energy Throw, if you do 236D, you get this. That you get a true link off of that at any distance. And it's also very easy to combo into. Alright, that didn't work out too far, but you still get some insane consistent damage on this character. One thing to One thing to note about it is the first is a parry, or is a projectile, the second is a strike. If the opponent is almost near guard break, or if you're in burst and it's just going to guard break anyways because of how many hits is on Energy Roar, on their wake up, if you do 236, 236, A, B, or C, and then delay to 236D, either they block it and get guard broken, and then the dash hits them and you combo, or the cape goes through them and the dash hits them at the end of the parry and you get a combo. Either way, Johto 2 is a very straightforward rushdown character with very high damage. Absurdly high damage, even. And some of the best actual specials in the game in terms of actual damage. Because this man just pumps out damage. He also has the best back throw in the game. You always get a combo. Always. It will always combo into your 623D. Against certain characters, you can actually combo into your 214A. If you're playing a character where you can combo into 214A, you can combo into Super and get a get a combo off of that. If I can actually do it, there we go. So yeah, you get a combo into Super. You can do that, and then you can, if it actually worked, to go 5C into the 214. No, oh yeah. That is correct. If you are literally right next to the wall, then you cannot combo off of it. But you have to be literally against the wall for it to not be able to combo. Yeah, as you can see, it literally just won't combo, because it forces the opponent behind you. But as long as you are behind the wall, you can. As long as your back is not at the wall, you can combo off of it. Alright, now, the main thing to note about Johto 2, why his 623D is actually so good. So, you get Genocide Cutter loops, if I can actually do them. You can also Seal of Time it. I forgot to mention that. Oh my god, I'm being bad right now. So, his whole thing is... I'll get in the pizza zone later, Roy Shark. I am doing the good shit. Wow. I just cannot do this right now. Alright. Alright, so I'm just being bad right now. So ignore me on that, but normally what you can do is you can loop it twice by itself. There you go, like that. And then Normally you do it in a combo, so they're high enough that the yeah, it's being a skill issue right now. But normally, because after a combo they'll be high up, you can do it 3 times in a row. There you go. There we go. So this is that's like a standard. I really can't believe I messed that one up. But you do get a free 214B. You get a hard knockdown off of the last hit of the D version of that. That's a true hard knockdown. You do get Okizeme after that. Not real Okizeme because it's just mix-ups. But your whole thing with him is you do get to just whatchamacallit. You do get to just loop DPs. It builds absurd meter. And even mid-screen, you can dash forward and you can still whatchamacallit. You can still get a 5C into 623D. And that's more of the advanced combos on him. If you literally just do whatchamacallit. If you just do the Rekkas into themselves, so like do that 5C into the Rekka, you still get good damage, you get a hard knockdown. His whole thing is just playing mix-ups, opening your opponent up, and then just getting damage, and again, tossing those throws in every now and then to get those free combos. We're about to lap something right now real quick. Okay, cool. That does work. But yeah. And again, if you do want good, consistent damage checks, you can just go into the Cape Super. You do get free knockdown with the full thing. You do get good wall carry on this character. This character can always carry you to the wall. Just like Krace, anywhere Jiaotu wants you to be, Jiaotu has you there. And there you see, I didn't even do the full combo. We're already back on the other side of the screen. So, Jiaotu, if you like playing, just like with Ryuken, very high mix-up, very high velocity matches, but you actually like having defensive options. One thing I should have mentioned, his Genocide Cutter, it starts up in 3 frames. 3 frames of startup. It's fully invincible during those 3 frames. So you can actually just, yeah, cringe too. What instant overhead? Don't play Jado, so I don't know which instant overhead of Jado's you're talking about. Show the import. What's the most important part of the character? I'm pretty sure I showed it. Oh yeah, the most important part of the character. This thing has the worst hitbox in the game. This level 3 will whiff on so many occasions. It's how you have to end burst combos. You can also touch it with Jado 2 himself with it, and Hero 2, but it's got an awful hitbox. But again, Jado 2, if you like a Shoto moveset, if you like having those fireballs, you like having Tatsus, you like having a DP, but you do like having mix-ups, you like having what is just scuffed Haz, this actually invalidates certain characters. Ah, yeah. Most important thing, again, like Genocide Cutter and Wake Up, it's, again, a true DP. His taunt, it's just a cape thing, it's whatever. But, he can just true reversal through things. He can mix you up. He can knock you down. He can literally win a game in 2 interactions. He can hit you twice, and you're dead. And when you combine the fact that, again, he can just play high-low and side-swap mix-ups, yeah, it's a partially free. Again, lows beat it, and you can grabbed out of it. But, it beats a lot of options. It does beat a lot of options. Like I was saying before with Rose, her like 5A, 5C, 236A, this is one of the characters that invalidates that. Jado 2's Command Dash completely invalidates her character for the most part. There's a lot of matchups where Jado 2 can kind of just win due to the fact that he's Jado 2. On the upside for Jado 2, he has the lowest health, he's at 420, and he dies in 2 hits as well. So, if you like living fast and dying fast, he's your character. We're going to backtrack. Right below Jado is actually real. I completely forgot about this character, because I don't play this character. So we're going to try to remember what the hell he does. He's a JoJo's character. He has a stand. We all hate him for that. But it's also kind of insane. He also has good, pretty pretty good stuff, skin-wise. Yeah, I know this guy now. He does have good normals. The main thing of whatchamacallit, Ariel is that once he actually has pressure on you, he has free, safe, meterless pressure thanks to his stand. So normals are very good though. This is very fast. His A you can kind of just mash out if you have the ability to mash out stuff. 5C's multi-hit. Jump C is also multi-hit. His C is just all multi-hit. He also has a 3C, which is a low slide on the ground. Low profiles for days. He's already a literal kid, so he's small as all hell. But it low profiles for days. He also has a 2C in the... I'm sorry, wait, this is a 1C? Oh, no, it's 2... Okay, a 214C in the air. It is a spin. This actually does hit both sides, last time I checked. Yeah, showing the skill issue. So, his thing. His stand. So, his specials summon his stand. The stand itself can be hit. It will not damage a real if you hit the stand, but it will stagger them. Oh, yeah, close 5D being a standing low is actually a thing on a lot of characters. But his 214A is very fast. It's literally just a swipe. His 214B hits way too high to really hit most people standing, but it's really good as an anti-air. His 214C tracks, but it has a slow startup. So some characters who have fast enough super jumps can just punch it and then jump at you. 214A, multi-rush. B, more multi-rush, hits high though. And then C, multi-rush that has a follow-up. Don't know what I'm trying to do there. He does his 236D is a low into a high. It is jump countable. And then you have a meterless mix-up off of this because you can walk under. So you do have a side mix-up. Along with that side mix-up, you actually have what is that moonsault pressure. That's a command grab. So off of this, you can also do a strike throw mix-up. So already meterless, Ariel has better mix-ups than most characters. Because again, you can combo this, and you just play a strike throw mix-up. It's a true 50-50, because it's a very fast command grab. I'm pretty sure. Might be lying. Again, don't play this character. Aside from that, you do have an aerial 236. This is really good at controlling space. Because this thing just travels down. If you do, this is probably best when retreating, from what I remember from actually versing Ariel, because this can hit very far or very close. But that little swipe that he doesn't have a hitbox, so don't be stupid and think it has a hitbox, because you can still be punished by it. If you do that jumping in, you can get DP'd. It's not very fun. Now, Ariel's also kind of unique when it comes to his supers. He has a 236, 236 for all four of his buttons, and that's his standard super. So the A version, Blader. This is a reversible. This is reversal. It's completely invulnerable. I can't instant air dash back. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Alright, that's a cool mix-up. Oh, that is the one I forgot to do. What's this? 236A. Wait, multi-jab. This is your safe as hell pressure on block, I'm pretty sure. Because you can kind of just do that. Depending on who you're versing, you can kind of just do that, and they can't really do much without guard canceling it. You have to guard cancel that if you don't have a DP. Real himself also doesn't have a DP, unfortunately, but whatever. So this is a strike. Shoots him up, knocks him down, gets some good damage. You can't combo, but yes, you do. So I can't do the heal combo. I will show the heal combo in a bit. Another thing though is this can be seal timed. So one of the standard combos on a reel. Two, right. Okay. Shut up. So you do that. And then you can go into a super. Not that one. That's his C version. You don't want to do the C version because it's bad last time I checked. There we go. So this is the standard combo on a reel. Does solid damage. Costs 2 meter, unfortunately, which sucks. But still does 2 damage. Again, though, as a reel, like I was shown before, you kind of just want to do this meterless mix-up. Get a nice either like sides 50-50 on sides or a strike throw mix-up. A reel, once he can has pretty good normals. Again, his air dash is... He's got fast movement. His air normals are also really good. Got a lot of multi-hits. This is an interesting anti-air, but it's not the best. This is a pretty good rising air. And then his jump A, just like everybody else's jump A. Doing ABC. Why is Rorschach not here? Because he literally just got here, and this is something I started at 6. Oh god, we've been going for 2 hours now. And then Ariel's level 3. Yeah, or not level 3 yet. Kaiser Execution, his 236-236D. This is why he's the JoJo's character. If you've played Heritage for the Future, you have tandems. So the way it works is you hold 236, you do 236-236D, then you hold the D. While you're holding D, time is frozen for a bit. You can hold it past the time freeze and still input the stuff, but you'll get punished, so don't do that. While you're holding D, you input A, B, or C, and then depending on what you press, he'll do moves. So A, B, B, C, C, he'll do stuff. And this is... I don't know how to play this character, right? I'm just showing what he does. That's like one of the main things for Ariel's actual combos. What they actually are. Is it a max 9 moves? Cool, didn't know that. Max 9 moves. If he's correct, that's something I want to remember. His level 3 is not something it's going to show. That's a heal. It's not going to show it, but, you know, it's a heal. You can also cancel it by pressing A, B, or C. Whatchamacallit. Normally you do this while in burst. I set it to infinite meter so I can show you this anyways. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I don't remember how to actually press it. So, the actual combos is you can... it does have a small hitbox, I'm pretty sure. Not one you're actively going to hit, though. I don't know how to show the clip in its own thing, so we can do that later. But, there you go, people. Go watch that clip for the actual combo. But, burst while you're in the time freeze does still go down, so you do want to note for that. But that's kind of Real's whole gimmick. Using the stand for safe pressure, getting some solid mix-ups, even in meterless. You can seal time during the D super. Where did it just go? I didn't know it could actually go off screen. Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, yeah. Like I was just saying in the chat, it's not actually worth comboing into unless you can do, like, full combos and stuff. But you can seal time during it. It won't work. Like, it won't help you. But, you can do it. Normally, during the seal time, is, you'll do that in order to, whatchamacallit, to get a dust once it actually delay the seal time. You get a dust and you get some meter back. His dust is negative in the corner if you finish it, so don't finish it, which is unfortunate because that's where most of your meter comes back from. But if you like are coming in from Heritage from the Future and you like playing JoJo's characters, if you like absurdly safe pressure, and if you like being able to actually be a threat from every point in the screen, then think about unblock. Unblock, yeah, I'm pretty sure you can still do it. We'll have to go to all guard, crouch. Only on air juggle? Oh, okay. Yeah, you can still seal time. The next hit from the stand immediately cancels it, so it's not worth it. Yeah, Ariel can kind of do almost everything. He can't zone properly because, again, that and that is kind of, whatchamacallit? Because that's like his zoning, quote unquote. But he has absurdly safe pressure. It's very absurdly safe. Again, this right here is hard for a lot of characters to out. Doesn't have a meterless DP, so without meter he can't truly reversal stuff. But again, he has really good pressure, has command grabs. He can properly mix you up, properly pressure you, properly damage you, and meterless can just kind of do stuff. Because that's a thing. Not only did that cross up, that also just grabbed him still. So, as long as you can play a proper Yomi game, mix them up, and keep the pressure going, you can continuously build meter with the meterless version of the combo, and then go into bigger, better combos. Yeah, Ariel not sucking in neutral at all is one of the best parts of him, because he also has a good dash speed. Good dash speed. His dash and 236D also have the exact same animation for some stupid reason. 236D just doesn't kick up dust. And again, this 3C very good for going under stuff. But aside from that, if you like playing a character who is just not only well-rounded, but is better than a lot of other characters while being well-rounded, Ariel's a character for you. And again, if you're somebody who likes playing JoJo's, why you like playing JoJo's, that's beyond me, but that's on you. Now, for the last character, and not at all the least character in the game, we have Wells. So, Wells, this is the best character in the game. I will show you why in 1 second. I just need to actually be able to do it. Yeah, Wells is the funniest character. Alright, I'll save that. Alright, so, here's why Wells is the best character in the game. Not if I mess it up. I messed it up already. But as you can see, that was already the damage. Bop, 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 bop. Delay the seal time. Bop, bop, bop. Alright, so, as you can see, that was a Touch of Death from full health. He can do that against himself, Rose, Hero 2, and Jado 2. Wells just has the damage to do that. Wells is scuffed. This character was an oversight. Nothing about him is unfair, though, in terms of the sense that he has no mix-up whatsoever. His whole thing is being a bully. He has some of the best normals in the game, and he has this special, 623A, which is the best normal special in the game, hands down. This 2B of his is also one of the best moves in the game, because it has absurd pokes, and he also has just really good damage on hit in terms of normals anyways. So, his whole thing is literally just this loop. 623A on hit links into 623C, which you can seal time, which then links into 5B, 5C, 623A, 623C, seal time again. Yeah, you're going to bitch about Wells at least 1 or 2 days during your game, during your playtime, because this character, like I said before, he has no actual mix-up. His only overhead is this. That strike is an overhead. That's the mix-up. The mix-up is he does a 2-3-6, which he shouldn't be doing anyways. Yeah. Yeah, so I will, we'll get into it in a second how to actually beat his 623A, because this thing is +4 on block. But I always wanted to actually explain this character in depth. So, 5A, actually a really good anti-air, good range. 2A, pretty good. Is one of your better options on block after, whatchamacallit, 63A on block, in order to keep pressure going, because it's so fast. I'm pretty sure it was a true link. We're also going to set this man to auto guard, because we want him to guard everything. So, 2D is usually what you want to use to open people up. 5D is a roundhouse kick. While you would think, let's use this as an anti-air, this isn't Street Fighter, don't do that. 5B, very good as an anti-air. 2B, again, best normal in the game. 5C is also very good normal. This is plus, or not plus, this is safe. Close 5C is also safe. Why are you not guarding? I have you on guard. If you ever practice this game, understand that the training dummy is scuffed. Yeah, no. This isn't the wrong game if you want anti-airs. This is the wrong game if you want everyone to have anti-airs. If you don't have a DP, or your name is not Hiro or Jado, you don't have good reactive anti-airs in this game. It's just that simple. There's a few characters that literally just can't play defensively, at least not effectively. Alright. Wells is 2C. It's a move you're never going to ever use. If you input this, you've done something wrong. It scales everything so bad that it kind of just kills your combos. Right, okay, so Jados are predictive. I completely forget that you kind of have to not whiff those things. They're way too slow. Wells' Jump A. Combos into Jump B. Like, change into it. Normally, jump normals don't chain into each other, save for a few normals. But that doesn't actually come up very often. His 2A is very interesting. I'll get into that later, though, because I need to get into specials before I do that. Neutral Jump B is 1 swipe. Diagonal Jump is 2 swipes. This is the best jump normal in the game, because this thing is very safe on block. It's actually an infinite if you're a, if you're a computer. And you can kind of just keep doing pressure like that. Jump C is your best actual starter, because if you can do Jump C into close 5C and it actually connects, you've kind of just killed them. Also, Roy, at some point we need to test if, if guard breaking them causes more hit stun. Because if it does, I think the double 63A loop actually is like a true combo. Aside from that, into specials. You have 236. This is not a special you will ever really hit with, but it multi-hits on hit for the C-vert. No, I'm sorry, never mind. I thought it was right. It has follow-ups. The A version is multi-hit. If you do 236 A, B, or C into the A, B, or C follow-up, you can seal time. And then, again, the A version is the overhead. That's also safe on block. You can parry it on block, but it's safe on block, so if they don't parry it, you can kind of just backdash for free. And it does, again, hit OTG. So let me actually get that. There you go. Hits OTG. That's literally all this move is used for. Once you get a hard knockdown, you just OTG. It's just extra damage, because Wells doesn't have any actual good Oki. Again, he has no real mix-ups. All of them are inherent. You kind of just run a basic, is it a low? Is it an instant air dash? Jump meaty? Is it an instant air dash into a low? That kind of situation. He has Dandy Step. If you've ever played Slayer, he has Dandy Step. You can combo into level 3, but you usually don't. Dandy Step is another one of the best specials in the game. So on hit, it super cancels. You always super cancel into your 214, which is toward the tornado, because as long as you actually get the timing right, you get the OTG. It also deals great damage. And it has variable timings on how far back it goes before coming back in. While he's retreating, it's fully invincible. You can't be grabbed. It's invincible to strikes. It's frame 1. So any single time you want to get out of a wake-up situation, you Dandy Step. Wells' 623C, that's his actual DP. It's another one of those kind of true DPs where it's a strike invincible DP, but you can't be thrown out of it. Yeah, you just do Dandy Step. Even if they don't try to throw it, if they just parry when you're waking up to bait a DP. If you dandy step, you're going to probably catch them on the way back in when their parry is done. You usually use the C version for that because it's the longest one. This is your get out of jail free card. No other character has a move that's as free as this in terms of getting out of a situation. And again, it's while he's backing up, completely invincible. So if you want to get out of a situation, like a lot of times I've played against Earth players, where they do the 5C on Wake Up, this outs it. This outs every option that a lot of characters have. Ariel does not have a DP special, like a DP input. Unless I'm being stupid. But as far as I remember, he doesn't. So if you ever just want to get out of jail free, 214 A, B, or D. Or A, B, or C. Gonna save the 63s, the actual 63 stuff for last, because that's the most important one. He has a 236D, which gives him a jump up. It's just a, basically another demon flip, like Ryuken's. If you press D while you're in it, he just defies the laws of physics and does a double jump. And while you're in it, you can do a 2D to go into this little dive slide. If you are just in the air, if you do a jump 236D, you'll also do that. If you do that version, that you can super cancel with just the raw jump 236D. If you do it after a whatchamacallit, that's fair. You know, he does actually kind of sound like he has a Boston accent. If you do the 236, the little slide kick after doing his jump or double jump, you can still special cancel, but it won't connect. So don't do it. Aside from that, in the air, you have Dive Bomb, with A, B, or C determining how far it goes. Dive Bomb is an overhead. When it actually hits, you do a little combo, you get a hard knockdown, goes into that. And you can also do this by just pressing A, B, or C during the jump. You don't have to do the 236 like you would normally if you're just doing it. And he'll just do it. This is pretty good for mix-ups because, again, it's an overhead. On block, if you hit by their feet, if you hit low enough to the ground, it's just completely safe. It's kind of insane. And this also has some of the highest priority I've seen in a long time. Yeah. It beats out a lot of things. It even beats out Earth's 623 air grab. There's a lot of times where Wells will be dive bombing, and he'll actually hit Earth out of his 623. Still trying to figure out the actual specifics towards this move. But overall, it's still a pretty solid move, because it also just comes in super fast. Yeah, that is another thing that Roy's mentioned, that's right. If you guess wrong where he's going, because he can 100% just be far enough that the B version like doesn't connect. So for example, like say the C version hits there, but I do it again. Did that wrong that time, wasn't the exact same positioning. Alright, that comboed. I don't like that. Also, if you're too low, it won't hit. But as you can see, you can land right in front of them. And if they parried, thinking you would actually do the C version to hit them, you get a free punish. Next thing to go off from that, can you air-to-air it? I have no idea if you can air-to-air it. That's the issue with it. It's so fast and has such high priority. Again, Earth 623 command grab anti-air it loses to it. It loses to the dive bomb. Dive bomb beats a lot of shit. It will lose to parry, but as far as Roy's saying no, and I'm going to be honest, I haven't tested it, but as far as I'm concerned or aware, it will always trade into Wells' favor of just trading, or Wells will get the full combo, which leads to a knockdown into, you know, the OTG 236A into D. Now, going into the actual fun part that I want to talk about, you have Wells' 2A, which is his jump A, but it stops your momentum and puts you down. Now, this does something on hit. Now, this is called, where is it? There you go. His jump, it's called Death Sword Dance. This puts you I'm going to call it an altered Death Sword Dance state. Because when you're in this, you can do the A, B, or C to do the dive kick, but on hit, it'll do it again. And then from that, you can, when you're in that little hover in the air, you can dive kick again, but then you are stuck there. That you don't want to do that. That's bad. Or on hit, or not, either on hit or while you're hovering there, you can press A to go back into standard Death Sword dance, the jump out of it. And then if you do a whatchamacallit, A, B, or C input again, then you'll get the regular dive bomb. So instead of whatchamacallit, being stuck there, you get an actual dive bomb, and you can get a hard knockdown combo. That's not what you use this for, though. What you use this for is after the hit. On the hit, you can press A, B, or C to do 3 moves. The A move is a very plus on hit light that you can combo into with your 5A, and you use that to get a nice little combo. The B one. I don't know if you can get a 623A after that, because the dummy never air techs, but you do get a confirmed 623C after that. Wow, that keeps doing that version. There you go. You do get to confirm that, which you can then see all the time. And then if you do the C1, you get a hard knockdown. If you're too low like that, it can whiff, which is really funny. But you get a hard knockdown, which is nice. The only other thing to note, I'll go on the 623B next, because you'll never use this. It doesn't have any invincibility, so you're never going to use this. After any 623A, B, or C, you can do 2 and then either A, B, or C to do what's called Shine Break, which gives you another hard knockdown into the OTG for more damage. His 623C, not as big as Krace's, but it does hit both sides. So your opponent does need to be worried about that one. Alright, I just realized I was muted that whole time. Sorry about that. Don't know why. No, I was, for some reason, my mic muted itself. Where was I going? So, TLDR, what I just said, 623A is insane. This is the best move in the game. It breaks guards in literally 4 hits from raw guard. I'll do it again saying it, just because I can show it. 1, 2, 3, 4, his guards are broken. That's not okay. I actually didn't know it was that little hits. If the opponent's crouching, like you saw before, you can go over them. And again, this is +4. So you have some really stupid stuff after this. Titanium made a diagram before. I'll kind of try to... Yeah, it came off like we did. I'll try to TLDR it. So, as Wells and against Wells, it's a decision between both players as to what you want to do. Wells will do one of 2 things. 1 of 3 things, technically. A offensive, a defensive, or a bit of both option. So, offensively, normally it's a button. You can do like 5B, 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 5C. That's your standard on-block string, because you break guards super fast. You can also do grab. You can just DP if you think they're going to do something, like a button. If they think you're going to do a defensive option that loses to a button. What else? You can also do Shine Break to just get an overhead hard... Oh, right. Should have mentioned. That's also an overhead. Let me show that. Crouch. That's an overhead. So you have that. So those are like the main offensive options he'll do. Defensive options you just have... whatchamacallit? You have backdash. Backdash is really good. Backdash beats so many things, because again, his backdash is, as you can see, super fast. It'll beat DPs. It'll beat it'll beat whatchamacallit, late guard cancel attempts. It beats a lot of stuff. It'll also beat parries because of how fast he actually recovers from it. You can kind of just do another 6-2-3-8. You can, after his 6-2-3-8, just, if you do the DP, there actually is a gap between the 6-2-3-8 and a normal or a 6-2-3-C. You can get parried. But of course, the parry will lose to grabs, and if they low parry, because they think you're going to do a 2D, which is usually what they do if you think they're going to standing parry, to open them up, they can low parry, which will, again, lose to mids. You also have 5C is like your best on block normal because of how plus it is. And then defensively, you can also jump back. And then his bit of both options, which are a lot of the times some of his better options. You have Dandy Step, which beats a lot of things, because again, invincible going back, it'll beat DPs, it'll beat parries, as long as they mistime it. If they, for some reason, expect on block 6-2-3-A into the correct buttons Dandy Step speed, then they can parry that. Good luck for that. Whatchamacallit. They can also grab you if they think you're going to do something that grab will beat. It'll be grabs because, you know, it's invulnerable to grabs, or it can't be grabbed. And then you also have a bit of both. You can instant air dash forward for more pressure. And then also defensively, you can just parry if you think they're going to DP. But realistically speaking, if you think they're going to DP, backdash, because if you parry and you're right, good for you for being right, but then you're in the mix-up of parries where if you do a strike and they immediately did a parry, now you're staggered. So it's just a constant. R grab's fast. They were frame 4, if I remember correctly. I think they grabbed on frame 4. No, frame. We gotta fix that at some point. But I believe it's frame 5 they grab. I lied. I remember me and Titanium talked about this. It will actually grab on frame 5. On frame 4, that is the frame where it determines if they are going to get grabbed or not. So they're pretty fast. Breaking grabs is like a 1 frame thing or something. We still haven't actually figured it out because we have no idea how to properly test it. One of these days we'll figure it out. But overall, again, like I said before, is Wells stupid? Yes. Is Wells fair? Somehow also yes. Because his mix-up is doing this and doing an option that forces your mistake. Because of how fast he breaks grabs, you have to do something. Because eventually, your guard will be broken, you're going to get damaged. Because if you do get hit by like a standard combo, now, again, it's Wells. He has 450 health, so that didn't do. In fact, let me show you it against Hero, because Hero again has the most health in the game. Let's go here, sure. Hero has the most health in the game, 510. That did over half her health. That was for 1 meter, and as you can see, he is left with 2/3 of the 1 bar. If you didn't start with full meter, if you had like 2 bars of meter, the hits before the 6-2-3-A will have built meter themselves, and you'll be going meter positive. So this character does insane damage once he opens you up, can force you to make a mistake or just break your guard very easily to open you up, and then is breaking those mix-up? Yes, because it's A and D for a forward throw, B and D for a back throw. I think you have to press the corresponding A for forward throw, B for back throw. But again, if you like playing extraordinarily fast with this character, if you like killing people very fast, if you like actually having defensive options, not just if you like really good defensive options, again, true DP that at the very least can be grabbed by the opponent and parried, or just Dandy Step. If anybody who's played against Slayer knows how annoying Dandy Step is. And if you like actual simplicity, because that's that right there. That's all you need. You just need 4 hits. That's your whole combo. That's the bread and butter. That's literally all you really need to know on this character in terms of optimal combos. He has supers. Again, he has that 214 super that I showed before. This is his only actual super, because his 236 is a full screen laser. If you can punish them, Wells has that super jump. He covers the whole screen. If they do something that you can theoretically punish full screen, just super jump at them. And his 236D is also a move, but this scales too hard for it to really be viable. The only other thing you need to know with Wells is his level 3. Because when you're in burst, you can just get a level 3 by just doing that. It is screen dependent, because Wells' level 3 has him jump to the back of the wall, or the wall behind him. And then if you do the A version, he'll basically do the A dive bomb trajectory, B version, B dive bomb trajectory, so on and so forth. And so the whole purpose of Wells, in terms of getting a level 3 combo, is just doing that. Because you have actual touch of deaths against every character in this game once you have burst. Because in burst, if you do the jump C into close 5C combo starter, that will touch a death every character from full health if you have burst, as long as you have 2 bars at the start. Just because of the way the damage scaling in this game works, since he's only using a combo of 4 hits, the damage on this never scales enough. You're always dealing half health or more. If you happen to get them lacking, or if Guard Break does add extra hit stun, and then you do also have a meterless version. He just air teched. Dummies aren't supposed to do that. Okay. That caught me off guard. He's not actually supposed to do that. Wait a minute, you weren't supposed to do that. And I left guard on. So, meterless, if you can get the, I wonder if it works on... I don't know if it's going to work on Wells. Nope. Yeah, dummies shouldn't actually be that smart. I know it does work on Hero, though. So I'll show it off real quick. I just want attack data. So that started without meter. If you can actually get that combo to connect, you get 361 damage with literally no meter. That is more damage than a lot of characters' level 3 super. Will you ever have no meter on this character? No. You're always going to have meter unless you're just winning the game with that combo. But 9 times out of 10, even though you can loop the Wells loop multiple times, you won't. You'll just do one loop, because Wells can always kill you from above your burst threshold. Even if he just does a standard loop and then starts with a 2D for the combo, which does scale it, you're going to kill them. Wells just has that damage. Wells is a 1-to-2 interaction character, which, again, is inherently unfair due to other characters not having that ability, but it is a bit more fair due to the fact that you have to make a mistake. Granted, you have to make the mistake, and you're going to make the mistake because of how fast, how oppressive, how safe Wells is, and how many options he has. Because, granted, we went over what to do against 63A. Again, you can punch him out of stuff, you can parry his stuff, you can backdash his stuff, especially if you're Rose. Rose's backdash is great. You can grab him out of certain stuff, but in the heat of the moment, it's kind of hard to decide. You always have to expect Wells is going to 63A, because he's going to. You have to already be thinking, is he going to do an offensive option or a defensive option, and which option am I going to choose? You're kind of just guessing at that point. It sucks on your end, since Wells definitely has the inherent advantage, since Wells also just has an inherent advantage when he's on the defense, since he has Dandy Step, but beating Wells is not impossible. Yeah, Wells forces the situation. Unless you know what you're doing. So, unless anybody has any specific questions, I do kind of want to talk about a few Wells matchups, since it is definitely something that is good to know. Let's go back to this. So, no, well, so Wells right off the bat, because your people are going to want to know that. Who is a good character to play against Wells? The answer is Krace. Well, the answer is Wells. The answer is the Wells matchup. That's like, if you want to beat Wells, you play Wells. But if you want to beat Wells and not play Wells, you have Krace. Krace, again, has really big buttons. He has a true DP. And like I said before when I was explaining Krace, his 236C Oki, Wells cannot just out with Dandy Step or DP. He has to respect it. He has to guard cancel out of it or burst, stuff like that. Wells has to actually play a somewhat fair game against Krace. Another good character against Wells is Hero, because again, just like with Krace, her 214D Oki, Wells can't disrespect. He has to play the standard game against it. And Hero does have some pretty good keep away tools with her Far 5B, Neutral Jump C, Fireball, stuff like that. Mayura is also another good character. Her defense is lacking, which does suck, but her Oki and pressure is so good once you get it going that Wells can actually just lose the matchup from there. You can't zone Wells, though, because like I was explaining with Mayura, if they guess a Fireball and they super jump at you, you die, Wells is going to kill you. You're not going to enjoy playing Mayura against Wells if you're used to zoning with her. Your zoning with Mayura against Wells has to be like TKing your jump 2-1-4 options. But that's kind of it. Again, your guard cancel is also shit as Mayura. One upside against with Mayura's guard cancel is since Wells' 63A pushes him right next to you, your guard cancel is probably going to hit him. Unless he went over you, in which case, sucks to suck. In terms of other characters too that have like an inherent, I can force Wells to play a game instead of Wells always forcing me to play the game. That's kind of it, unfortunately. Hero 2 and Jado 2. Jado 2 has good mix-ups, but since Wells' DP and Dandy Step exist, he can out it pretty easily, but he can still kill Wells in 2 combos, which is good. One good thing about Wells is, again, he has no actual projectile, so he has to run or jump at you to get in at you, or just spam 63A. In fact, I kind of want to show that. So there you go. Full screen, 2 63As. You are in the opponent's face and you're hitting them with that second 63A. That's how Wells approaches. Shit. Alright, I accidentally wrote over that save file. I'll show you guys this since I accidentally did that. In the non-arcade versions, those also have answers to somebody guard can't. No! That is the out. That's the universal out to Wells's, Okay, I can't say that, because that's actually a lie. If you late guard cancel Wells' 63A, I'm pretty certain he can backdash it. He can definitely make them with it, but it's so far and few in between that guard cancel is your quote-unquote guaranteed out to Wells' 63 pressure. Unless your name is Jado, because since his is into strike and he teleports behind you, if Wells just does something that will beat the teleport behind you, Jado doesn't have a good time. Okay, so, little cheat code, if you're at a console version. You have to unlock Hero 2 and Jado 2. Not really unlock, you have to input start, up, down, down. Shit. Start, up, down, left, right. No. Start, up, down, down. There you go. So you literally just Konami code for her. For Jado, it's actually the opposite. It's down, up, right, left, start. Cool. I always remember that one. Again, Jado 2 can still kill Wells in 2 hits, so it's a very fast-paced match, because, again, 420 health. Wells can touch your death Jado 2 and Hero 2 with a 2B. If Wells has his full bar, he can do a full loop that just has to start with a 2B 5C, and Jado 2 right here is dead. If I didn't drop it, I would have showed you that he would have been dead, but you kill them with max meter with just a 2B. Ryuken's another character that can kind of do good against Wells. Ryuken doesn't have the defense to put up with Wells, but he does have the offense to, as long as he can properly predict Wells enough times, can still run him over. Uh, Rose and Orochimaru and Ariel, you have to play really well to beat Wells. Um, Rose and Ariel, you really just have to be better than the Wells. Orochimaru's kind of really hard to beat Wells, like really hard. Like this might be one of the only 9-1 matchups in the game because of how little Orochimaru can actually do against Wells. Jaddo's zoning can actually work against Wells as long as you can properly predict it. But once he gets it on you, you're a dead Jaddo, unfortunately. And like I was saying before with Wells, if you're playing Earth, your 5C on Wake Up loses to his DP and his Dandy Step. Your Command Grab on his Wake Up loses to his Dandy Step. Parrying to attempt to parry his DP loses to his Dandy Step. You just lose to his Dandy Step. You beat his Dandy Step by knowing he's going to Dandy Step and parrying it, and then winning the parry war from that, or just not being next to him on Wells' Wake Up, which means you've already lost the matchup as Earth. You do still deal good damage, though, but you have to do actual Earth combos as Earth to beat Wells, which is the main issue with him. Aside from that, that's pretty much every character in a nutshell. If there's any specific questions anybody has, like for specific matchups or specific character stuff, I can try to answer it. Anything that I can't answer, Extra and Titanium and Roy can answer, because Extra plays Ariel, Titanium plays Rose, and Rorschach plays everybody not named Wells or Jaddo, so he can answer a lot of questions. But aside from that, that is just about every character in the game. Stages don't matter. There's no like stage difference or anything. Everything's the exact same spacing. Since I cannot do Orochimaru's burst combos, no. But sure, the one thing Orochimaru has is he actually has some of the highest burst damage in the game, which is hilarious. It's no. Rorschach doesn't play J2. The only people that play J2 are like in the tournaments and stuff are me and Kak. Funny part for anybody who's new and is watching this, for the hate Wells gets and the fact that he's literally the best character in the game, nobody else actually plays Wells but me. We've had like a few one-off people that have played Wells, but nobody who's consistently stayed here has actually stuck with Wells aside from me, which is really funny. Mayura also hasn't had a lot of players in for a while. We had a lot of Mayura players when the server started up, when like Earth and when Heavens and Coaster started up. Again, rest in peace, Heavens was like the best Earth player we had. We do have really good Earth players now, though. Like Az is super good on Earth. Roy's super good on Earth. It's nice to see that we still have people repping this character, because again, he is the Chad Grappler. A lot of people do still love the way he looks and plays. Kind of want to see if Korn is willing to get back into the game, because he was another really good real player. He was the only real player actually for a very long time until you showed up, Extra. Let's see. We don't have any real Hero 2 players. We have Koza. Koza plays Hero and Hero 2. Roy plays Hero and Hero 2. Potorisu, I know you play Hero. We don't see any other Orochimaru players other than Roy anymore, unfortunately, because Lemon had to quit for personal reasons, I think it was. I said you play Hero 2. You and Koza both play Hero 2. Haven't seen Koza play in a bit, though, and Potorisu plays only Hero 1. Nobody really plays Mayura right now. I know we have a few people that joined the Discord that are picking up Mayura, which is great. I picked up Mayura myself. I've been playing her a lot. She's very fun. Again, you have to learn how to play her. You really have to learn how to input her stuff. Yeah, Hero 2 is a knowledge check. You do have to remember when you're versing Hero 2. She is still a Shoto. She does have a true DP, so you can't be overly aggressive on her because you'll just get DP'd. But because of her low health, you can still kind of just run her over. Ariel you can kind of just run over, has no real defensive options aside from his reversal super. In neutral and on pressure, though, he's very good. Well, Mayura's normals are bad. They're like, once they start hitting you, they're good, but Mayura's normals are actually awful. I don't think there's any other characters we need to go in depth with, though. There's definitely stuff I missed for, like, Jaddo, Hero 2, Rose, the stuff that I don't know because I don't actually play those characters. But if you join the Discord, props to Titanium for Rose. Man literally labbed Rose for Shit, how long have you been labbing Rose for? Um, we do have a lot of our real knowledge thanks to Cornflakes due to Roy. Extras played and refined this character a lot too, which is nice. Jato, a lot of stuff from the start was from Koser. Roy really kind of just placed this character down. It sucks that he is so low tier, but if you can play aggressive in zone properly with him, you can definitely still go far. These top Wells, J2, Ryuken, you go in. That's your thing. You just go in. If you like going in, you play those three characters. You did make Jato based. You made him based without even needing the wake up level 3, and you still do the Koser every now and then, but it's still great. Jato isn't actually that hard to use, though. He's hard to play people with because he's bad. But zoning, as long as you can TK a fireball, you can do pretty effectively with him if people don't know what to do against him. Aside from that, don't think anybody has any questions. Unless somebody does have a specific question, then put that in the chat, please, and we can answer that. Because there definitely is some stuff of the game that I didn't go over. Whatchamacallit? Like, what's something that I know I didn't go over? Well, I guess if I knew that I didn't go over it, I would have gone over it. I know one thing I didn't mention. When you're in burst, you also gain a shitload of defensive values, so you take a lot less damage, and you break guards and deal a lot more damage. No, I don't think there's anything at a base that I really want to go over to explain anything. Oh yeah, by all means ask. If anybody's in the chat and has any questions to ask, I would love to answer questions for this game. I do want to help out anybody and everybody that does want to pick up this game for Quarterly Report 4. Again, we do have a $100 pot for the Quarterly Report 4 tournament. But it's going to be a 60-30-10 split. So, whatchamacallit? Oro does not have the best throw. He's not Jato 2. Jato 2 has the best throw. Oro's throw is not bad. His back throw lets you get a combo. Unless you're talking about the command throw, in which case his command throw is not the worst. But if we're talking base, just forward, all forward throws are kind of bad, if I'll be honest. Back throw, Jato 2 has the best back throw because you can combo off of it guaranteed on every character. Mayura, Rose, and Oro also have back throws that you can combo off of, albeit limited back throws. Same thing for Hero. His back throw range is huge. It's insanely big, but you don't get enough off of it to really make it better than like Jato 2's. The amount of options and damage you can get, like you can deal like a third of people's health with Jato 2 off of just the throw, because if you're at the right spacing, you can do the genocide cutter loops and just get free damage, which is insane. Aside from that, I think I've gone over everything. I went over Rose's Infinite with the 5A, 5C, whichever fireball it was. Mayura has the Infinite with 5D, 623A. Krace has the Infinite that I was actually able to somewhat show off. And Orochimaru has the Dust Loop. I think that's all the actual, like, Infinites in this game. There is a glitch Infinite that I don't actually remember how to do. It's called an OTG lock. Nobody ever actually fucking does it, though, so it doesn't matter. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I kind of lied. I did mention J2 has that Fireball Infinite. I have no way of I can't do it. Yeah. Jato has a Fireball Infinite at a very specific corner range. You're rarely going to get it. Wait, Earth's Dust Loop is an actual Infinite? If Earth's Dust Loop was an actual Infinite, I didn't know that. And then it is, if it is. Extra, we actually removed the ban on the OTG lock because literally nobody does it. Like, it's one of those, it's not banned, because nobody ever does it, but if people ever start doing it, we probably will ban it again and, like, mention that it's banned, because it's very boring. Just don't do it, people. You might think Wells is boring, or, like, the Krace Infinite's boring, or anything. The OTG lock is boring. Don't do it. Please and thank you. In fact, since I'm not even showing it, so it is kind of hard to land it. So, like, not only is it not even worth it because you have to learn that shit, you have better options. You're better off just learning how to play the character. So, okay. Yeah. Alright, so, Um, Unless anybody has some very specific questions, then again, just a quick overview for everybody. Hero 2, kind of like Ken, an aggressive Shoto character, has an Ino dash for some unique mix-ups, but this also can lead to some unfavorable traits for her. Orochimaru, you're literally just playing Samurai Shodown, you're Haomaru, but just more based. Has some insane burst damage for no reason. Rose, another unique Shoto, has very unorthodox Gattlings, pressure, but as long as you're not versing somebody like Wells or Jado 2 who can just negate her character, she can do very well. Wells, play this if you like winning and making people mad. I actually picked up Wells just because I thought he looked cool and his moves are fun, and this was back when it was the old server, when we didn't even have a tier list, and the first one placed him as mid-level in, like, low A tier. Bro, if I could upload almost 3.5 hour, if I can upload a 3.5 hour YouTube video, fuck yeah, I'll do that. But, and if I can do that, I'll section it, yeah. I will section the overviews 100%. If not, then I'm just going to have to upload it. If I can even upload it. We'll see. Krace, if you like Rekkas, if you like big hitboxes, and if you like good corner Okizeme, he's your character. Again, it may sound daunting because you need corner Okizeme, quote-unquote, but every single hit of yours leads into the corner. In fact, since I do play Krace, I'll show a little combo off for him. Mid-screen, off of the 2-1-2-1-4 combo, you rarely can link into 5A, but you can link into 5D, so you can do this. So that's an actual combo you can do on Krace. Why not save the... Well, no, yeah, like I'm saying, if I can upload it to YouTube, I don't upload anything to the YouTube channel that I have, so I don't know if it'll actually let me upload a almost 4-hour video. Don't know. If it does, cool beans. If not, Roy, I might ask you to upload this on your channel. But that's a cool Krace combo you can do. Back to the really quick TLD overviews. Jado 2, if you like playing really fast, really good mix-ups, would doing match reviews also help? Yeah, doing match reviews will always help. There's actually a lot to learn for SVG to pick it up. It's easy to get into, but actually learning all the intricacies is kind of hard, depending on who you pick. But once you start getting somewhat competent, like, what should I call it? Like, I'm going to use Portoriso as an example, because, like, when he started, he picked up Hero pretty fast, especially because he did fight Roy a lot, and Roy plays Hero. And then he did get competent pretty fast, but you obviously hit that little ceiling of, I know how to play the character, I don't know what to do with the character. Once you hit that level, then match analysis is actually pretty good. Because then you can actually learn, okay, here's what I'm supposed to be doing. Again, speaking of Hero, if you like mid-range, if you like Oki, if you like a little bit of rushdown, she's your character. Ryuken, if you like only mix-ups, where unlike Jado 2, where you have actual neutral and defensive plays, if you like only mix-ups, Ryuken's your guy. Mayura, if you like the ability to zone but not focusing on it, if you like set play, if you really love set play, because that is her thing, even in mid-screen, that's your character. Irreal, if you like having almost every tool and said tools being at worst a little bit above average, then he's your character. If you like really safe pressure, if you like really good, if you like good neutral, then he's your character. Earth, if you like vortexing people, if you like grapplers, if you like playing that I'm in your head game, Earth's your character. He also just has good combos by himself, which is actually pretty nice. You do rely on jump-ins for a lot of your good combos, though, for like good starters, which is unfortunate, but he's your guy for that one. And if you like zoning, if you just like zoning and nothing else, Jado's your character. That is the TLDR for every character if you want to learn them. The current community somewhat approved tier list, if you want to know the tier list. Orochimaru's worst character, like overall. In vacuums, no character is actually bad. Worst character overall. Jado would be next. Earth is after that. Hero 2 is after that. Hero 2 is the baseline of, like, she's right below what is a good character. It's a bit of a debate on if the next character is either, either Ryuken or Hero. I think Hero's ability to actually play neutral and still rush down and have set play makes her better than Ryuken. I know a few people disagree otherwise and would put would put Hero at the bottom of like B tier and Ryuken above her, but they're still generally considered to be about that same position. Krace is the highest of the B tier. He's honestly, I kind of want to put him in A tier, right underneath Rose. Rose is next, and you won't see people playing Rose. You'll see Titanium playing Rose. When he goes off on her, though, you're going to wonder why she's only the lowest of A tier. Because again, all of her tools are really good at what they do, and she can cover a lot of options. But Krace, again, he does have a few bad matchups. Yeah, that is one of the reasons why I will agree he kind of does stay in B. The one thing holding him back is Krace does not have good damage. He is a 3-touch character. He's not going to 2-touch you unless he has burst, and some of his normals are kind of eh. Yeah, I'll agree with that. He's right on the cusp of being A tier. If we were a bit more lenient on what was considered A tier, he'd be right below Rose in there. But he's still really good, don't get me wrong. Again, like I said before, he has inherently the best non-mirror matchup against Wells. Just because of the way his kit is, it just inherently does good against Wells. What was it? Next was again Rose, bottom of A tier, still really good though. If you can learn the intricacies and complexities of what her kit does and what to use when, she's fantastic. Mayura, right above her, best lockdown in the game. She can 100% just not let you play the game, and because of the fact that she can also zone and her forward dash lets her just get in so fast, she can still approach and keep you away very effectively. Has no defensive options whatsoever, but that is not rated as much as one would think due to the fact that, again, unless you have a DP, your defensive options are bad in this game. Above that, Ariel, because again, he has almost every tool. Every tool he does have is average or a little bit above average at worst. And the tools that he has that are his main thing, so again, like his safe pressure, his neutral, are good. He has good meterless mix-ups, builds meter pretty fast. Well, I mean, her defensive option is, like guard cancel and parry, but they have no non-universal, whatchamacallit. Yeah, they have no non-universal stuff like a DP or, in Wells' case, Dandy Step. Burst actually isn't frame 1, Kek. It loses to midis, I'm pretty sure. Her guard cancel is ass, yes, but it is an option. It's pretty bad, though. If you're Mayura, please get used to not using that guard cancel. Or get used to timing it really well, because there's some moves, again, that you just won't be able to guard cancel. But again, Ariel, right below the S tier, which is Jado 2 and Wells. He used to be S tier up with Ryuken. Those were the good days where Ryuken was the best player, Ariel was the second best character, and Wells was just sitting in the middle of A tier right below Mayura thinking like, hey, I'm in a pretty good spot. I'm a fair and balanced character. I'm just pretty solid. And now he's, oh hey, I don't get to play the game if I'm versing Wells. And S tier, while we do put Jado 2 and Wells in the same tier, Wells is actually higher than him. It's just kind of redundant. Jado 2 is overall better than every other character in the game that's not Wells. He has very solid matchups against every single other character. There aren't too many characters that have stuff that kind of just, like, this move can invalidate him. Just like with Wells, against stuff like Krace Oki, Mayura Oki, 2-on-4D Oki for Hero, Jado 2 can have issues. Ironically enough, like with Wells, Krace is a matchup that Jado 2 has some issues with. But Jado 2's matchup against Krace is actually a bit better than Wells' versus Krace, just because J2 has those projectiles. And J2 against Hero, whatchamacallit, anybody who has played Hero against my J2, or against even Kak's J2, because Kak has gotten actually pretty good with J2, you don't get a turn very often with that character. Because you throw one projectile, he's either jumping or command dashing under it, and you're losing your turn and half your health. And then again, Wells, just the best character in the game. No actual mix-up, but he will force you to do something, and that something has a high chance of being a mistake. And if you did make a mistake, you are losing the game for it. The match is pretty much over, because you then have to deal with his next Oki. And while his Oki, sure, is bad, he has no inherent mix-up. It's very easy to figure out, is he going to do a low, is he going to do a high? You can fuzzy guard it very easily. You are still stuck in the same situation of, if you didn't do a wake-up DP, then you're stuck with it being his turn again, usually. You can parry, sure, but obviously if it gets baited, you literally just lose with 2 interactions. But if you have a DP, then even if that gets baited, you can possibly have a DP war. You kind of just have to feel the matchup out. Depends on how the Wells actually wants to play. But as Wells, you kind of just have to keep that pressure on. Sure, if you lose the pressure, you can literally just super jump back in. But what are you going to do? But aside from that, that is a good overview and TLDR of every character. Unless there's any specific questions for each for a character, or like any specific, like, what's a matchup for this character against this character, that we can kind of just sit here. We can definitely do some exhibition matches if anybody wants to do any of that. But we can definitely still talk about any of the characters if there's anybody that has any specific character. Oh, now okay, Holy God Earth is actually the boss character of this game. I don't feel like playing through arcade to get to him right now. Whatchamacallit? Wells actually can... The Holy God Earth matchup against Wells actually still has a good matchup against him, due to the fact that even though it's Earth but cracked, Wells still beats the character, even though it is literally the boss character. Yes, he can 150% you easily, but that requires him to hit you. And it is a lot harder for the boss character of this game to hit Wells than it is for Wells to hit the boss character of the game. Because if you play through Wells' story mode, you beat Holy God Earth. After beating a literal god, this man goes fishing. Because Wells, like you see, look what he likes. He likes fighting. He dislikes boredom. He's just here to fight. He's just here to fight. He just wants to have fun. And he does. He's literally here to just test his skills, and he's really good. But yeah, unless there's anybody who has any, like, really specific matchups. I do see that there are a lot of people in the Fightcade lobby. So if if other people want to play, I don't mind commentating with Roy on them, because that'll be fun. But I will close down the PSP version for now, because whatchamacallit. Let me return on. There we go. But yeah. We'll still be here to, I definitely do want to commentate some match if anybody does want to actually play some matches. Because if there are any characters you do want to, like, try out, get some critique on, me and Rick can definitely, in fact, what am I still doing over here? Let me go into the pizza zone. Mr. Roy Shark, if you would.
I'm eating fucking beans and rice.
Of course you are.
I'm not kidding.
But, yeah. That is, just about, what every character kind of does. Of course, if nobody does want to play, then, we can just end the stream here. Because, went over the basics for the game. Oh, here we go. Extra's playing a game. Now, now he's playing somebody in Venezuela. They are already not playing. I'm going to assume something did not go right with that.
Oh. It's the, Venezuela Ryuken. He's the guy who, made top 8.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, that's cool. You see, that I wasn't aware of. Now I just need to turn on... I think it's this version of the capture?
Oh, shit.
There we go. Yep, there we go. Yeah. Okay, so, here we actually... There we go. So... I still have chat box on. Chat box should still be on, yeah. Alright. So, Extra is, right now, the real player. We did have Korn. I'm probably going to ask Korn if he probably can pick up the game. Maybe he can. Hopefully he can. I do want to see as many people. He'll probably say no, but...
We've already asked him. He said no.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
What a bitch.
Yeah, what a bitch.
Playing
Game mod
AKB
this
and type
motherfucker.
Illumina.
Game
Uh,
mod this motherfucker.
I mean, honestly, maybe I'll ask him if, because he hasn't been too active. So you're seeing there, like we said before with Ariel, his juggle uh, dust is not something you want to finish in the corner. Now Mayura out of meter though. Like again, this is not a place you want to be with Mayura. Now I'm gonna die for that one. Ariel can really just run you down without having to spend the meter. But Mayura, once she gets that hit, you definitely need to run with that. Ooh, air dash is a bit too early. Crosses himself up. Nope, unfortunately, pushes himself too far forward and
So
gets the command grab
Arrow's
for the mix-up.
mix-up is actually based on their fall speed.
Really?
That's why it just got fucked up in the corner there.
And I see. Here's where you'll see if somebody's in burst, like I was saying with the Crace Infinite, where you want to do it just to really run out burst. Dust also can take a while, so using it to run out burst is a very good option. Let's see, so what was it? Ryuken was the guy that made the like the whatchamacallit, the top 8er template and stuff, all that? He made all that?
Yeah, he's the one who made all of it.
Oh, neat. Neat. That is pretty cool. And one thing you'll notice, since this is the arcade version, it's bit crushed. The sounds and sounds and music and stuff are not going to be as good as the PSP or the PS2 version. They're definitely a lot better.
They look better though.
They do look pretty nice.
Rather than being washed through the fucking washer like 4 times, like the PS2 version.
That is true. But I mean, hey, we get actual locals next year. We're using that PS2 version. It's gonna be lit.
Don't make me buy a PGM board just to avoid using that shit.
If you buy a PGM board just to bring to fucking New Jersey locals, then sure, we'll use that. But it also wouldn't surprise. Alright. That's a fun little interaction. You also see that with, like, Jado or J2. Mayura's 5C, I'm sorry, off the air. So when Ariel did the 3C, they both just won each other. Now here's where Ariel's mix-up really comes in. Not gonna side swap again. This is gonna kill. Damn, just runs him through.
Guess the mix.
That's the classic no mix. Just do the same thing every time. He can't possibly choose the same option again. Good to see Extra is still up to speed on Ariel. Nice to see that he hasn't rusted.
If we play the PS2 version, every time we fucking clash, it's gonna play this song. And it's not gonna go away.
But, like, that's what you want to happen.
No.
Just don't crash. Just don't clash. It's that simple.
It's hard.
Ooh, baits the guard cancel with the stagger pressure. Definitely something you need to learn on every character in this game, because staggering to bait out a guard cancel, if they do the taunt, you kind of just get a free combo. Oh, this is going to come down though. I'm going to knock him out of that combo. That is something Rio could have comboed off of, because it does knock up. But unfortunately, has he actually played the game before?
No, you can't combo off that super.
Oh, you can't? Oh, it's non-combo? Damn. I thought you can combo off of that. Never mind. This is going to kill. I think he might have to end it. No, doesn't have to end it to even kill.
Damn, 3 hits stuck.
Yeah. Yeah, like I was saying before, you get staggered if your stand gets hit. You kind of just get comboed for free. It is something you need to watch out for when you are playing Ariel. But overall, with the amount of bonuses it does give you, it's a pretty fair downside. Unfortunately, not the right distance for that to actually be an Okizumi tool. Oh, side swap again. What's the mix-up? And command grabs.
watching a manslaughter in process right now.
What?
We're watching a manslaughter in process right now.
Oh yeah. No, this is a good old straight up homicide happening.
Speaking of homicide, it happened in my city today,
Where do you live?
Tennessee.
Interesting. Yep, we're gonna go for another burst. Probably not gonna end this again. Yep. Gets the Oki.
First time in 5 years.
Interesting flex. Well, this is just not going well for Ryukaru. Because I don't think I've seen him play before. I'm pretty sure he did just like pick up the game. Not the best character to start the game with. Because again, Mayura it does have a bit of a learning curve. Doesn't cancel into that fast enough. That was a combo. Ooh. Is he going to seal time? Nope. But doesn't actually get punished for it. Does a super, gets some damage. Not going to get too much off of it though, and did lose his turn. He is in burst, but the question is, does he do anything? Gets a super. Any hit against extra should kill right now. And now he's going to throw out the stand, but just to get swapped. Throws it at the hidden missiles.
Damn.
This is going to hit, and he's going to try to heal. Wait, no, the hidden
heal
missiles is
combo.
going to come down. Oh, heals
You
again.
gotta do the heal combo. You gotta do it.
Damn. This game, alright. I feel bad for Rio because the game already ended.
Did you see?
No, he just healed though, literally almost all of his health.
Okay.
And now he's just gonna zone out with this. Oh, that's right. I forgot to show Ariel's command normal where he does that little jumping slash. It's a pretty good anti-air.
The what?
Where he jumps in the air and does that little slap.
Spin slash?
Yeah, that thing. No.
Spin air to air.
No. From the not the air, the ground one where he does like a twirl hop.
Oh, 4C? Yeah.
Yeah, that thing.
Okay,
Goes for the jump 236 Oki. Misses it though. Doesn't get the meaty. Throw into command throw. And just opens him up with the meaty. This should kill. Oh, drops it.
Somebody help him, he's getting destroyed.
Alright, goes for a same side mix-up. Gonna go for the burst, or dust, get some of his meter back. Not gonna end it, but he does still have full meter. And
He's literally just beating up a fucking infant right now, what the hell?
goes into dust again. I do think he could have killed with whatchamacallit, with the super there, but still gets around nonetheless.
GG's game.
Alright, gets shot out of there.
It's over.
Yeah, and it does appear that Rio is gonna get vortexed again. Oh, guard cancels out of it.
GG's gamer.
It looks like he was standing there. I'm not sure what happened there. Nope. Does get the confirm this time, though. He's going to kill with the super.
Guess he gave up on life. Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah, that was 5 wins. I guess, you can play a game real quick.
I just finished food, so...
Sure, I can show everybody some good old Wells gameplay.
Oh, fuck.
Are you good?
I just smacked my desk. hear some crispy buttons. Yeah, I don't even know what the fuck happened to Tohava. That guy who's playing Mayura.
I don't know.
He left to JoJo or something.
Oh. Why do we keep losing all of my Euro players? I'm gonna fucking hit up Goldie again and move and see if they want to pick up the game again.
Nah, they don't. Ever since Type Lumina came out. Who the fuck? Swear. Sorry.
Alrighty then. Nope. Hold on. There we go. Alright, well, we are actually about to hit the 4-hour mark, which is pretty good. Pretty good. We actually had a pretty good amount of people actually watching this during the whole time, which is pretty nice. Pretty nice. Glad to see people actually have an interest in this game. Again, Sunday the 14th. It's going to be quarterly report 4. We will have a $100 pop bonus right now. If anybody does want to donate to that, you just donate it the same you would to any other game. And if you do join the Fightcade lobby, the Discord link is in there. We also have the whatchamacallit. Why can't I think of the word? Right, the tournament information on there. It will also be in the Discord itself for the tournament information. And if you do want to join the Spectral vs. Generation Discord, that right there, that's the Discord link. If you wanna type that in, just add that extra H. I don't know why I didn't get that H, but it will bring you to the invite if you just. Oh wait, no. What do you mean that? What do you mean like is expired? What do you mean? Hold on. That's right. I need to fix that at some point. Okay, ignore that link for now.
Hey, sorry about that. I don't get a weekend off. Sorry.
No, that's fair.
Yeah. I'm supposed to be off today for it, but I have to work.
Alright, tell you what, we can play one more game. So here's the actual Discord link for anybody who does want to join the Spectral vs. Generation Discord, pick up the game, see what we have to offer, We do also have a lot of the older tournaments that we had, because Roy Shark is the one who streamed them, so you can watch them on his YouTube and his Twitch.
Shit, I need to upload the bots.
There's a few, yeah. There's some of the newer ones you forgot to upload. So, do I want to play Wells? I'll play Chris. I haven't played Chris in a bit. And hey, I actually have to need to not infinite right now. What is this palette? This is the dark. This is the Dark Knight palette.
I totally forgot how to play this game.
Oh, it's I'm pretty sure this is a Start ABC skin.
God damn it! Fucking calling me.
Yeah, extra. Which way you're quote unquote facing in this game is kind of goofy sometimes. Like how like Rose's back throw, you have to input stuff in the opposite direction.
Damn it! Calling me work. I know where you live.
Oh no. That's a link. Wait, did that just true combo?
Yeah, didn't know you can do that. I thought you were the Chris player. What the fuck?
Yeah, but you don't use 236. You don't use 2360. That's not a move.
You did. What are you talking about? Yeah, you did.
Alright, I will play one more, and then we are going to call the stream there, because we actually hit 4 hours. No! I hate this matchup!
Well, I wanted a heal combo, but you know. Especially don't want your fucking heal combo. Ooh, okay.
Ah,
Oh.
caught the tech. I mean, technically speaking, that shouldn't really have even needed to let you tech there, but we'll take it.
It wouldn't have connected if I didn't take.
Bro.
Why don't you get over here? Well, thanks for not bursting fucking credits.
Alrighty then. Good games, right? Alright. It, it, it's,
Just try to burst. I'm like, okay,
this is why you put burst on a macro.
fuck off.
I mean, I only have burst on a.
Macro using ass.
I have.
Fucking-
I don't even use the macro. I use burst macro, so that way I can actually get the Johto 2 costume that I want to play, because the rule one is locked behind the burst input.
Macro using that. Get out of here. And not only are you play cosplays, you're a cheater. I can't believe it.
One of my mains is Krace. But again, thanks to everybody who's coming. Always glad to see people actually showing up to play SVG and watch SVG. And again, if you want to join the Discord, it's that most recent link that was posted in there. I will post it again, though. If you want to sign up for the quarterly report 4, I also can just put that real quick. And you can register here for the actual tournament itself. And of course, as always, join the Discord. We do have a lot of information for each character. We do have a wiki on Mizumi Wiki. We are on the front page, still working on a few of the characters. For example, like Mayura strategy section, I have to write that. I have everything I know I want to write down for it, but I just have to write it and revamp the Krace section. But we have everybody's character. All the moves are done. In terms of we have them, we just have to get some frame data. We have combos for a lot of characters, have some strategy sections for a few characters. No matter which character you pick, we have information for you to learn them with. But as always, again, everybody, thanks for coming. Maybe might have something next Saturday, since it is the day before the tournament. Not sure. We'll figure that part out later. But if you want to know, join that Discord and watch the announcement.